Cek, cek. Ladies and gentlemen, International Seminar Sustainable Agriculture and Environmental Management to Support Tourism and Green Economy will start. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya. The Honorable Udayana University Rector, represented by the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Igede Rai Maya Temaja, MP. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Inyoman Gede Ustriana, MM. The Honorable Vice Deans of Faculty of Agriculture, Dr. Insinyur Niluh Kartini, MS. Profesor Insinyur Igusti Agung Ayu Ambarawati, MEC, PhD. Dr. Insinyur Iwayan Diara, MP. The Honorable Invited Speakers, Katrina Klett. I apologize if there is any mispronunciation. Okay, thank you. Iputu Sudiarto, PhD. Profesor Nguyen Mand Kai, A, PhD. I apologize if there is any mispronunciation. Profesor Charlie E, B, Batin, PhD. I apologize if there is any mispronunciation. Chelsea Kut. I apologize if there is any mispronunciation. Dr. Imade Sarjana, MSc. Profesor Sunsaku Hashimoto, PhD. I apologize if there is any mispronunciation. Christopher Hans. I apologize if there is any mispronunciation. The Honorable Moderator for today's seminar, Profesor Insinyur Igusti Agung Ayu Ambarawati, MEC, PhD. The Honorable Chairman for today's seminar, Putu Perdana Kusuma Wiguna, MSc. The Honorable Professors and Lecturers of Udayana University. The Honorable Invitees and Participants. Let us praise the presence of God Almighty, because thanks to His grace and guidance, we are in good health and prosperity. Today, Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University present an incredibly inspiring event, namely the International Seminar to commemorate the 55th anniversary of the Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University, and the 44th of Badan Kekeluargaan Fakultas Pertanian, with the theme Sustainable Agriculture and Environmental Management to Support Tourism and Green Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda for today's first was opening and then photo session. Second is report from the committee chairman. The third is opening speech by the Rector of Udayana University, as well as officially opening the seminar, which is represented by the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs. Fourth, brief introduction by the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture. The fifth is the main events, the presentation by invited speakers, followed by discussion session and closing. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a photo session together. to Vice Rector of Udayana University, Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Vice Deans, Moderator, Seminar Chairman, and invited speakers, we invite you to go to the front of the stage and taking photo session together with the background of the participants. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Maybe one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Next, we will come to the chairman of the committee to deliver the report. Tuputu Perdana Kusuma Wiguna MSc, please.
Yes. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, budaya. The Honorable Vice Deans of Udayana University, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Vice Deans, and the Honorable invited speaker. We have Ms. Katrina here, Ms. Chelsea. Welcome to Bali. I believe this is not your first time. And we have Bapak Putu Sudiarta, PhD, and Bapak Dr. Imade Sarjana, MSc. We also have several of our invited speakers able to join us here online using Webex. We are welcoming also Professor Batin from the Philippines, Professor Nguyen from Vietnam. We have Professor Saku from Japan, and also Christopher from Germany. So welcome. Hopefully you are able to already join via Webex, and the Honorable also the professors and lecturers of the university, especially the Faculty of Agriculture. Welcome to our seminar, and also other invitees and participants, students. Welcome. Today's seminar is entitled Sustainable Agriculture and Environmental Management to Support Tourism and the Green Economy. Is held to commemorate the 55th anniversary of the Faculty of Agriculture and also the Big IFP, the 44th. We can report to that our participants today who are able to join us here, gather here in the this building, the postgraduate hall is luckily we have a full capacity of 150. Hopefully, will growing in the afternoon. And it consists of professor and lecturer, especially from Faculty of Agriculture, and also we have 168 participants who are we are lucky to have them online via Webex, not only from Bali, but we also have from Manado, from Kupang, from Java, East Java. I apologize, I cannot mention one by one. Of course, this seminar is held to, let's say, to celebrate that the agriculture is now has a front role into create a green economy. As we speak, the last 2 years we have been hit hard by COVID-19, and everything suddenly collapsed on the agriculture who are able to survive, and how this agriculture become like the leading sector or the leading role to create green economy, which the end will hopefully will create the green jobs for everybody, to increase the economy, and let's hopefully we can get back stronger this post-COVID lead by the agriculture. And as we see, also tourism now is not degrading the environment, but how agriculture and tourism will start side by side to create better environment and hopefully to create green economy and green jobs for everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I will only have quick report. Hopefully you enjoy the seminar. Hopefully all the information that we gather together here from the speaker will be very beneficial for us all. And last, I will end this with Paramasanti in Balinese. Om Santi 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 Om. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, rahayu. Thank you very much.
We thank Putu Perdana Kusumawi Gena MSc for the report. Next, we welcome the opening remarks from Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, as well as officially opening the seminar. To Professor Dr. Insinyur Igede Raimaya Tamaja MP, please.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam rahayu. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University, Professor Australiana, the Honorable Vice Deans, the Honorable invited speakers, professor and lecturers, seminar committee, invitees, and participants. Let us praise God because of His grace. We are in a good health and prosperous. Today, Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University presents the International Sustainable Agriculture and Environment Management to support tourism and green economy. To commemorate the 55th anniversary, the Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University. First of all, I would like to apologize because the Rector of Udayana University could not attend and open this seminar due to the other activities at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, in Bali, tourism development is now not only concerned with economic growth, but also environmental sustainability. In the other hand, the use of agriculture products for the tourism sector has also begun to be developed. Developing the economic by integrating agriculture into tourism activities is an option for a green economy. Relying solely on tourism also has a risk of failure, as we experienced it when the coronavirus disease-19 pandemic hit the world. Precisely what is able to survive in the midst of a pandemic is agriculture with all its products. Ladies and gentlemen, green economy embodies economy ideas that aim to improve the welfare and social equality of the community while reducing the risks of environmental damage significantly. In Bali, the green economy movement that started from agriculture is now getting support from the tourism sector, which has begun to prioritize nature conservation to support tourism to increase sustainability. Sustainable agriculture and tourism are depending with each other. How agrotourism is growing rapidly in Bali, proving the synergy between tourism, and agriculture. Agriculture as one of the determinants of the realization of a green economy plays an important role in realizing a green economy, for example, through organic plant cultivation, the use of organic fertilizer, urban farming, the use of waste, and environmental management. The creation of jobs in various agriculture sectors can help improve the welfare of the community. Green economy and agriculture can provide a variety of green jobs for the community. Poverty alleviation, food security, and development of underdeveloped areas can be realized. This will affect the improvement of the community's economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as stated by the chairman of committee, this seminar was not only attended by participants from Bali, but also from outside of Bali. Hopefully, this seminar will open us more about the importance of agriculture and tourism in supporting the green economy. To the participants, I wish you a happy seminar. Hopefully, the knowledge conveyed will be useful for all of us. My gratitude goes to the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University, Vice Dean, professors, and lecturers, as well as to the chairman of the committee, Bapak Putu Perdana, who have worked hard to make this seminar possible. Finally, I officially open this International Sustainable Agriculture and Environmental Management to support tourism and green economy.
We thank Professor Dr.
Thank you very much. Om Santi Santi Santa Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom nama budaya. Salam kebajikan.
We thank Professor Dr. Insinyur Igede Raimaya Temaja MP for officially opening the seminar. If you have other agendas, you can leave the seminar room. For next agenda, will be guided by the moderator, Profesor Insinyur I Gusti Agung Ayu Ambarawati, MEC, PhD. I will read the brief resume of Prof. Ani. Profesor Insinyur I Gusti Agung Ayu Ambarawati, MEC, PhD, right now serving as Vice Dean for General Affairs and Finance of Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University. Her functional position is Professor in Socio-Economics of Agriculture, Udayana University. She took her bachelor's degree at the Bogor Agricultural Institute, IPB, Indonesia, then took her MEC and PhD in University of New England, Australia. She has been doing many research collaboration in country and overseas, including Asyar, Jika, and others. We invite Prof. Ani to the stage. To Prof. Ani, time is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, Mutia. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, nama budaya. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. The Honorable of Vice Rector for Academic Affairs who just left. And then the Honorable of Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University, and Vice Deans, including me. Professors, lecturers of Udayana University, participants and on this seminar, either joining offline and online. Honorable speakers, we have 5 different countries around the world. It's not just from home country. We have from the USA, we have from Europe, from Wahanihan, and we have from Japan, we have from Vietnam, and from the Philippines. That's quite good. And then also, last but not least, those I call that event organizers, that including the committee, that who make this event successfully. Yeah. Has been introduced. My name's Long. Just call me Annie. Yeah, I'm honored to be here as a moderator for this international seminar. I will join you from morning until the afternoon session. So for this, I won't be long for this one. So I invite the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture for the brief introduction, Professor Dr. Insinyur Inyoman Gede Ustriana MM. Yeah, please come to the stage. Maybe you can help for the, yeah. Before Professor Ustriana, delivered that his speech, let me introduce you. Professor Ustriana, he is a professor in agribusiness, with the home base of the agribusiness study program Udayana University. Okay, maybe time is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Ani. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, namo budaya. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, selamat pagi. The Honorable Rector is already left. And this time represented by Vice Rector, Prof. Rahimaya. The Honorable of all invited speakers, the professor, the lecturer, and all students, invitees, and all participants. First, thank to our God, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, for all the blessing for this day. Ladies and gentlemen, in this seminar, please let me deliver a brief introduction about sustainable agriculture in Bali. Sustainable agriculture is one that expected to produce abundant food supply without depleting the earth resource nor polluting its environment. It is the agriculture system that follow the principle of nature, develop rising crop and the livestock naturally and with self-sustaining. The sustainable agriculture is also the agriculture of social value to give a greater success that is distinguishable from vibrant rural communication. It is expected to have more rich life for family on the farm and more wholesome food for everyone. In the first decade, in the 21st century, sustainable agriculture is just an idea, which is only a set of a common practices or a model, farm economic one. Although sustainable in agriculture is connected to broader issues of the global economy, like the decreasing of petroleum reserve and, domestic food security, the policy of it is not made by the government policymaker, but by small farmer, environmentalists, and the persistent cadre of agriculture scientists. These people saw that devastation in the 20th century, when farming was facing very bad of agricultural production, bad water and soil, then the researcher start to find better ways to farm, and exploration continue up to this day. Conventional 20th century agriculture took industrial production and its model and vertically integrated agribusiness with the result. The industrial approach, together with substantial government subsidies, create food abundant and cheap food of the development countries. Farm a biological system, and it is in a social context, not mechanical ones. Through its prominence on high production, the industrial model has degraded soil and water, reduced the biodiversity, that is a key element for food security, increased our dependence on imported oil, and driven more and more acre into the hand of fewer and fewer farmers, crippling rural community. Ladies and gentlemen, a recent decade, sustainable farmers and researchers around the world have responded to extractive industrial model with ecology-based approaches variously called natural, organic, low input, alternative, regenerative, holistic, biodynamic, biointensive, and biological farming system. All of them represented thousands of farms, have contributed to our understanding of what sustainable systems are. And each of them share a vision of farming with nature. An agroecology to promote biodiversity, recycle plant nutrients, protect soil from erosion, conserve and protect water, use minimum tillage, and integrated crop and livestock enterprises on the farm. Then, model that we actually dream of can become the foundation of sustainable agriculture in Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, farmers and other agriculture scientists in Bali have established a strong set of guidance principles for sustainability based on stewardship of economic justice. Producers and researchers are annually increasing the pace of improvement in agroecology system, making them more efficient and profitable. More cooperative extension of fish and colleges of agriculture are endorsing sustainable practices, and every year more farmers are seeing the wisdom and reward, both economy and personal, in this system. Of the farm, consumer and grassroots activists and in Bali are working to create local market and farm policy that support sustainable policy. They are working to raise consumer awareness about how their food is grown and processed, how plant, animal, the soil, and the water are treated. And they are working to forge stronger bond between producer and consumer that will, in time, cement and foundation a locally and regionally self-sufficient food system. In contrast, the monocrop industrial mega farm that shift throughout the world, the vision of sustainable agriculture futurist is small to mind-sized, diverse-sized farm supplying the majority of their region food. However, unfortunately, the local Balinese people are not much interested in this, but many expatriates are interested in working on it. This seems to be a very serious concern for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, Bali is not of the province that maintain the agriculture sector to support the local economy. The agriculture practice in Bali relies on its world heritage, autonomous irrigation management system called SUBA. It's one of social asset of Balinese society and traditional. SUBA is consistently passed on the next generation as part of their rice farming management. SUBA is a social capital. It's also applied by Balinese ethnic community who transmigrated outside Bali. Talking about uniqueness, it is this SUBA heritage that must be the hallmark of Balinese agriculture, because all of the concepts of sustainable agriculture are contained in SUBA. Talking about tourism and green economy, it's an interesting discussion. Green tourism in Bali has the potential to create new green jobs. Travel and tourism are human resource intensive, employing directly and indirectly 8% of the global workforce. It is estimated that one job in that core tourism industry create about 1.5 additional or indirect job in the tourism related economy. The greening of tourism with involved efficiency improvement in energy, water and waste system is expected to enforce the employment potential of the sector with increased local hiring and sourcing and significant opportunities in tourism oriented toward local culture and natural environment. Investing in the greening of tourism can reduce the cost of energy, water and waste, enhance the value of biodiversity, ecosystem, and cultural heritage. Investment in energy efficiency has been found to generate significant return within a short payback period. Improving waste management is expected to save money for tourism business, create jobs, and enhance the attractiveness of destination. The investment requirement in conservation and restoration is small relative to the value of forests, mangrove, wetland, and coastal zone, including coral reef, which provide ecosystem service essential for the foundation of economic activities and for human survival. The value of ecosystem for tourism remain undervalued of many cases. Investment in cultural heritage, the large single component of consumer demand for sustainable tourism, is among the most significant and usually profitable investment. Under a great economic investment scenario, tourism makes a large contribution to GDP growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I also need to say that government role is very important in producing policy that favor the agricultural, environmental, and green tourism sector. Government investment and policy can reflect private sector action in green tourism, government spending, a public good such as protected area, culture asset, water conservation, waste management, sanitation, public transport, and renewable energy infrastructure can reduce the cost of green investment by the private sector in green tourism. Government can also use state concessions and subsidies to encourage private investment in green tourism. Time-bound subsidies can be given, for example, one-off purchase of equipment or technology that reduce waste, encourage energy and water efficiency, the conservation of biodiversity, and strengthens a linkage with local business and communication organization. At the same time, resource and energy use as well as waste generation need to be correctly priced to reflect their true cost to society. Well, it's been so much time for this speech. Thank you very much for listening. On behalf of this seminar organizer, once again, I would like to welcome you all to this seminar. I wish all best luck. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much to Prof. Ustriana for delivering speech on the brief introduction for this international seminar. Let me summarize that what that has been delivered from Prof. Ustriana. He just talked about the relationship between sustainable agriculture and environmental management to support tourism and green economy. So for Bali, it's not just relying on the agriculture production per se, but also on the tourism and then related to the green economy. One of the most thing that Prof. Ustriana saying that like Subak is one of the heritage that known since long time ago and still until now it's been organized well by the farmers. Like in Bali, that rice can be produced without subak, for the land wet subak. So that's why that's very important. So Prof. Ustriana also talk about that's what I was saying in brief. They like talking about supply chain management. It's not just starting from the production from the upstream hills, and then but it's also related to the downstream. So this is it is related, and also. He said about the, I think this is talking about the triple helix, the relation between the government support and then also from the businesses and academics. Academics, all those should go together, work hand in hand in terms of policies, in terms of research, in terms of other businesses that to support those tourism and green economy. I think that's enough. Thank you very much. Once again, we give applause to Prof. Ustriana. Thank you. We can start. Now we come to the presentation of the speakers. Maybe I invite two speakers first, and then to come to the stage, and then later on, two by two, one at a time. Okay. First, I would like to invite Katrina Klett. please come to the stage. And then Ibu Putu Sudiarto, PhD. Wow. Okay, thank you very much for joining us. So let me introduce you to the audience. Katrina Klets, is that right, my pronunciation? Yeah, okay, because sometimes like it's hard for Indonesian to pronounce. Katrina Klets, that she's from the College of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resource Management, University of Minnesota, far away from Bali, from Indonesia. That her concerns is much more about the conducting research on the honeybee phenomenon, used to be swarming process for Asian honeybees. We'll listen, lot more on the honeybees. She will present on the importance of pollination in diverse agricultural systems and potential benefits and challenges to farmers managing bees. Maybe time is yours. We have like more or less 10 to 15 minutes. You can stand on this here, or maybe you can. Time is yours.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I just checked the time.
Okay. Morning.
Thank you so much, everybody, for coming today. I feel really privileged to have the chance to talk about this topic. The sustainable agriculture and environmental management to support a green economy is an issue very close to my own heart. So I am a lifelong beekeeper and honeybee researcher. And so I look at sustainable agricultural systems typically through the lens of bees and beekeeping. And I have worked for many, many years with farmers, trying to help them learn how to raise honeybees in order to elevate their income. And so I do that in addition to my research. And I just want to share some of the lessons and challenges that I've run into doing this work. So I just want to thank Udayana University for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Every time I've ever had the opportunity to collaborate with Udayana, it's always been a really positive experience. You just have a lot of really talented, competent, energized people working for you. And I particularly wanted to thank Dr. Putu Sudiarto for all the help he's given me in Bali. And he taught me my first Balinese word, nyawan, right? Nyawan, nyawan. Honeybees, honeybees. So thank you very much, nyawan. Okay. So I just give you a brief rundown about my work. I work on sort of 4 major sectors. So I look at Asian and European honeybee swarming and migration. That's what one of the chapters of my dissertation is on. This is a picture of me in Minnesota this summer in the midst of a honeybee swarm. And so when honeybees swarm, they raise a new queen, and then 50% of the colony flies away. And this is how they reproduce at the colony level. So the ability of bees to swarm and migrate has big implications for pollination ecology, because we know that our plants, whether they're crops or wild plants, are very dependent on honeybees to pollinate as an ecosystem service. And I specifically look at how the environment, how pollen from the environment will stimulate bees to swarm. So go ahead. But my main focus is truly on Asian honeybees. And so one of the reasons that I was so interested to work in Bali and to work in Indonesia is that Indonesia is one of the world's biodiversity hotspots for Asian honeybees. Borneo in particular, but but around all the islands. You have a huge diversity of honeybee species, and the ecology of Indonesia, as we know, is so important in terms of global climate change. And so I was just very interested to understand more about honeybee health here and pollination ecology in Indonesia, which is how I came to Bali. So we know probably that about 30% of all of the food we eat has to come directly from honeybee pollination. So about 1 out of every 3 bites of food you take is directly related to the pollination that comes from bees. And if we didn't have pollination services from bees, our food supply would drop by about 30%. The nutritional quality of the food would go down, and food would become a lot less diverse. You'd still have grains, but you'd be missing a lot of fruits and vegetables. But what's also really important is that it's important to understand that 90% of all wild plants and trees are also dependent on the movement of pollen by animals. And so even if you're not interested in bees at all, even if you're never going to be a beekeeper, probably none of you will be, it's really, really critical to your life and to the ecology of this area and to your food supply that we have a healthy honeybee population. And this is really true globally, but it's also very true in Asia, because in Asia, beekeeping and bees often really complement the village environment. I mean that in terms of pollination, and I mean that in terms of extra income for farmers, particularly subsistence farmers in some more remote areas. So I'm very interested in Asian honeybees because I love bees, but also because I work with a lot of rural communities in Asia, and I see the power of what diverse farming systems with good beekeeping systems can do for a rural community. So, as I was mentioning to you, I work with farmers all over the world. I work with farmers in the Himalayas in southwest China. I work with farmers in Sierra Leone. I've worked with farmers in India, Vietnam, and the United States and Australia as well. So I've spent a lot of time in rural communities, and that's why I know that food security in a diverse farming system really has to have bees present. You really need to have pollinators mixed in with whatever other sustainable agricultural system that you're advancing. But in addition to that, particularly in more mountainous communities in Indonesia or across Asia, there exists a wealth of wild honeybees of Apis cerana. And if you can train farmers how to utilize this resource, you can help to really increase their income in a positive way. So where I work in China, a lot of the men who are my beekeepers now used to be loggers or poachers, and they used to be involved in really environmentally damaging activities because there just wasn't really any other work to be found. And so when we turn them into beekeepers, you can turn somebody who's a logger into someone who protects trees, because I've made the tree more valuable to them standing by way of nectar secretion and honey production than it is for them to just cut it one time. And so if you can incorporate pollinators into a sustainable agricultural system, and if you can train farmers to utilize the resources in their backyard, you can get them into a positive feedback loop in which they're earning money via environmental protection in their own village. And another benefit to this is that oftentimes they don't need to give up the other agricultural activities they're doing. It can be a relatively small investment of time for them. And so there are a lot of reasons that really promoting beekeeping and really promoting the introduction of pollinators into agroforestry systems can have a really positive effect at different levels of rural communities. So that's me. I've been beekeeping my whole life. That's when I started beekeeping. I think I was 4 or something like that. My parents are migratory beekeepers in the United States. And so all my life, I've been working with my parents to try to breed healthier honeybees. In the United States, as was mentioned before, the agricultural system is now so big and so monocrop and so uber efficient that the bee population is extremely unhealthy. In fact, in Asia, you're doing a little bit better in terms of your bee health. I mean, habitat destruction is an issue, but the farming systems here are still much more diverse than what you would see in my home country in the United States. And so when I travel back and forth between the US and Asia, one of the things I notice is that in general, the bee populations here seem to be faring a bit better than they are in the United States or in Australia or Europe. And that's really directly related to you have more small shareholder farmers here, and you still have more diversity on the landscape. So I just want to see that continue, and I would like to work in my own country to try to move a little bit back closer towards what's going on in Asia and have more diverse systems. So that sort of brings us to the grand challenge, which is that in the coming years, agriculture is going to have to produce more food and other things like ecosystem services in the midst of unprecedented global climate change. So the landscape around us and the climate is going to be changing tremendously. Population pressures are really high, and the climate is changing. So the monsoon systems that certain farmers rely on are not going to function in the same way anymore. And so how do we address some of these grand challenges? And I just want to talk about some of my ideas, some of the way that I approach this. So in the coming years, what we need agriculture to provide for us is more food, bioproducts, you know, like fibers and things, energy, water. So we're going to need more of all of it, and we're going to need different kinds of services to meet the climate realities that are coming towards us. And I think in order to do that, we have to really sort of think globally, and we have to think about the interconnections between the services that agriculture can provide for us. So we have to stop thinking of farmers as simply food producers, and we have to start thinking of farmers as land stewards, land managers. And we need to be able to incentivize them to do more than just think about yield, just think about crop yield. Because the needs that we have now have to incorporate a lot of the externalities that industrial farming has created. So my questions are, can global agriculture produce more better food, energy, bioproducts? Is it possible to do agriculture in a profitable way while improving the soil, water, and biodiversity? How are we going to deal with all the new pests, diseases, and weather issues that we've already committed to, that are on the horizon? And at the same time, I know that a lot of us here are probably biophysical researchers. I'm an ecologist. But I think the truth is that throughout the global agricultural system, if we don't think about the needs of human well-being first, about the needs of farmer well-being first, we can't make any progress on anything above it. And so how can we advance human well-being in the food system through equity, more resilience, and democratic process? So I got to this point thinking about these issues because I care about honeybee health, because I care about food security. And whenever I study honeybee health through proteins or whatever avenue I look at it at, it always comes back to the same thing, which is you can't deal with honeybee health if we don't change the way farmers manage the landscape. Because the way the landscape is managed now, in many ways, is a bit antithetical to pollinator health. But we can't help farmers transition to new forms of agriculture until we deal with human welfare issues that they're dealing with. Because a lot of times farmers are trapped in these big systems that have very little to do with them, and their real decision-making power can be quite limited. So I think about food and nutrition security, labor conditions, food justice and sovereignty, and just the lack of resilience in a monocrop system, right? The lack of soil health and the threats that farmers face should their crop fail. We have to think about all of these things. We have to think about how we take care of farmers and bring them into an economically viable system before we can really deal with the environmental damage from the current industrial agricultural system. But, you know, in the United States, where I'm from, in the Midwest, we've already lost a third of our topsoil. It's gone, it's blown away. Erosion is terrible, that affects water quality. We need to have perennial crops in the ground in terms of carbon sequestration. So we know what we need to do, but I think the question is, how can we work with land stewards, with farmers, in order to get closer to the future of agriculture? So for me, the ecosystem service that I think a lot about, of course, is pollination and food security. And pollinators right now are truly sort of on the cusp of real decline. And so this is a picture of what we have now, right? We have in our grocery store, we have an abundance of food, big variety, pretty cheap. And that's with honeybees. And without honeybees, the store would look more like this. You'd have a much smaller diversity, you'd have a lot of empty shelves, everything would be a lot more expensive, and the nutritional value would be a lot lower. So we have this real imperative now. In order to save ourselves, we need to protect pollinators. To protect pollinators, we need to help protect farmers and help transition farmers into the next form of ag. So basically, this is just kind of rehashing what I was saying, is that there's a honeybee crisis. Numbers are declining globally. Some of this has to do with pesticides, but you can really just sum it up with the landscape, the ag landscape we've created is really not sufficient to have robust ecosystem services. And I think there's a way for us to all work together, because what's good for bees is good for water, is good for carbon sequestration, is good for wildlife. And so we all really need the same type of landscape. So I feel we have this, probably everybody here, we have this one widely shared goal. I'm sorry this writing's a little bit small. We all want to get to more diversified farming systems. And so I think there's a couple different ways to look at it, right? You have more small shareholder or subsistence agriculture on the one hand, and then you have the other, on the other hand, from the United States, you have crazy industrial agriculture that's destroying the environment. And so in a place like Bali, where you have smaller shareholder farmers, how can we sort of build the knowledge, help to properly mechanize, diversify, and most importantly, I think, connect to markets? Most of the beekeepers and farmers I work with in Asia, the biggest challenge that they face is just connecting to appropriate markets to incentivize them to keep working the land. You know, and then from the United States side of things, we still need to build knowledge with farmers about what regenerative agriculture is, reduce chemical inputs, diversify, and sort of relocalize. The United States has become just hyper globalized markets, and so farmers are sort of locked into this trap of just growing corn and soybean, and it's not working for them either. So we have this shared goal, no matter if you're a subsistence farmer or a small shareholder farmer, no matter if you're an enormous, 5,000 acre farmer in Nebraska, we all need to go in the same direction. So when I talk about a diversified farming system, what I'm talking about is a wealth of different crops being produced, perennials, so you have root systems in the ground all the time, so you never have bare soil exposed, hedgerows, wetlands, wildlife corridors, these are some of the things, this is much more what a healthy, thriving landscape should look like. You know, this is the US version of it. Of course, in Bali, it would have its own picture, but this is what we have to work towards. And so, if we can get there, there's a huge potential to provide for all the goods and services that I've been talking about throughout this presentation. In my own sector, training farmers how to raise bees and moving them away from extractive land use into regenerative, positive income generation, we've been able to raise their yearly income from what was about 7 to 2,000 USD per year up to between 3,000 and 14,000 USD per year, United States dollar. So there are real tangible economic benefits that we can get, and we can also shift them into a position where they're regenerating their own land rather than taking from it. And this gives them an opportunity to stay in their village instead of going to the city to work. They can stay with their family. But, and this is my last slide, I'm sorry if I've gone over, but I've learned a lot doing this in different places. I've had some successes and I've had some failures. And I'd be interested to hear any of your thoughts on this too. But when I see bee projects fail, when I see these sort of working with farmers, when I see it fail, it's typically because too much focus goes into just trying to technically train them in a new product or in a new style of farming. But farmers really understand that. That's a very small part of what we need to do. When you train farmers, they speak that language. They get it really quickly. What they're missing typically are all the other support structures. And so we have to sort of develop transition pathways for them. You can't expect a farmer overnight to go from agriculture, you know, just growing corn and soybeans to putting in alfalfa cover crops. You have to have a sort of an ability for them to safely transition to that. You have to transform mindsets. So a lot of farmers they've done this one kind of agriculture all their life. You have to spend the time so that there's trust. And then I think, as was mentioned before, changing policy and regulation. Some policies just lock the landscape into a particular form. You know, in the US, crop insurance is a big culprit. It really prevents farmers from breaking out of destructive land use patterns. But what I really think is the most important thing is developing market incentives. So if I'm going to ask farmers to come with me, learn beekeeping, produce a honey product, if I don't have a very stable market lined up for them, then I've just wasted all their time. Because there are real barriers that prevent farmers from accessing markets on their own. So I really think that one of the most critical things to do is to build bridges. So we aggregate honey and we take it to market for our farmers. So anyway, I think I've gone over time.
Okay, thank you very much. I just call you Katrina instead of Mrs. Clark. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let me sum up in brief that what Katrina had saying about this one. First of all, that she's no wonder that she is the honeybee expert. She knew that since age of 4. Right, it's until now. I noted that the conclusion of her presentation first that the power of honeybee from the positive side. This is the power of the honeybee for the rural community. But on the other hand, there are still great challenges, especially the impact from the climate changes. And then there is a solution for that, the opportunity. The opportunity, apart from that, the lack of that, what I noted, that lack of resilience, apart from those all those challenges. and then come to the diversifying the farming system. That's what I think this is like the agroforestry management, like sort of stuff. And then this is also good opportunity. This is a real tangible income, not intangible, but intangible income. And then how she presented that let's bridge, especially from production side to the marketing side. Okay, thank you very much, Katrina. Yeah, and then we come to the second presentation. This is from Putu Sudiarto, PhD. Yeah, this is from the home country. Yeah, he based on the Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University. Yeah, I just mentioned it. Yeah, he got his doctoral program from Japan University. What was that? Shinshu University. Okay. Dr. Sudiarto will present about the importance of role of biological control on frame of sustainable agriculture. Yeah, your time is yours. We note the time is like 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Andi, to give me opportunity to share about our work in Udayana University. So in agenda, I want to share about the important role of the general Panjai, biological control, but time is very limited, so now I just focus talking about the Panjai, the control of insect pests, because they're related with the sustainable agriculture, not just organic system like this one. Okay, so this is our team in our lab. So okay, so before we start talking about exactly my work in how to control insect, not use synthetic chemical pesticide like this one. So we should be understand first about the maxim thinking about the sustainable agriculture, because some people maybe just connecting is sustainable agriculture is organic farming system. It's not like easy like this one, because sometimes organic farming system not adapt like profit like this one, and also environmental health, and also social and economic equity. So if we just thinking about one part, is not sustainable like this one. So if we talking about this one, and we have the sustainable food and agriculture, so should be available. So this means in the nature also many have like this one, and take more access like this one. And after that, we should be utilized and properly like this one, and make the stability. Yes, this is the role of the human and technology, how to make this effort like this one. Okay, next. Yeah, okay, now we're talking in my work in Udayana University about these natural enemies. Yes, basically farmer use the chemical pesticide to control pests and insects. This is one challenge our work in Udayana University, how to teach the farmer using the natural enemies to control this one. I think it's related with the subak also, because the local genius, some like Lontar, this just manuscript from the old manuscript writing about the how to control in traditionally. But we need to make the scientific explanation about this one to the next generation. Yeah, if we're talking about the Balinese language, is nak mulek itu yeah, this not need. Yes, just like just like that. Okay, so need the make the scientific explanation. From this one, we can work about this one for the scientific, like now and genetic engineering, and so how to identify it with the DNA. So it's possible. And for the natural enemies, maybe we can understand so many natural enemies in the world, in the ecosystem, to control the insect. from this one, we can utilize. This is sustainable concept. Utilize and bring to the lab, like make mass production, and after that, return back to the nature again. This is a concept of our work. And now, if we look at the slide, there are three kinds, like insect pathogen, parasitoid. This means the insect parasitoid, and after that is predator, is eating by the enemies another, by the we call this the parasitoid. We can manage this one to bring to the how to control the pest like this one. Okay, but now we want to focus talking about the fungi insect pathogen. Okay. Yeah. So if we talking about agriculture, not just planting, like how to grow, and also we have some approach, like how to control basically for the biological control. And fungi have the very important role to control insect. And this is related with the organic farming system for the sustainable food, because we care about the environmental. Okay, next. Yes, so many kind, this waiting for discovery about the fungi. Maybe not so many people understand. So many kind of fungi, so we can utilize or manage to bring to the lab and study about this one and use for the control the pest. Okay, next. Yeah, this is case study in Bali. So maybe say in 2014, we tried to control the white flies. White flies is some pests attack the polypagous insect. This means is many kind of plant can attack by this insect, including citrus, potato, tomato, chili, and so on. And this we need to control by natural, by the biological control. And we found this some fungi can control this one. Okay. Next. Yeah, this just I mentioned before. And next. Okay. So the approach from the traditionally we can bring to the lab and make the utilize for the natural resource, and using the now in the genetic engineering or something like that. So possible. So we can do this one for the support the sustainable agriculture. Okay, next. Yeah, and also how to manage for mass production. Also we can do this one. And now we ongoing research about make the medium, the good medium, to make the fungi can grow in the laboratory, so and make the any spore like this one, and after that we can return back to the nature. So this our work in the team in Udayana University. And if we're talking about the sustainable, so we're thinking about the environmental approach. So like this one, so we should be understand about the condition in the environmental. So this very important. And starting from the how to catch or how to get the insect pathogen is very important, understand. And just take from the natural first and bring to the lab, and we make the mass production and so on. Okay, please next. Next. And if we already get some isolate or fungi from the peel, so we after that grow in the laboratory and also the make mass production, and after that we also thinking about the how to apply for the farmer or the plant like this one. And okay, yes, and this slide showed about the how to understand about the environmental condition for the use of how to apply the insect pathogen fungi to control the pests. This first we thinking about the life cycle of the insect. For example, should be study which the stages should be applied, like in imago, or just larvae like this one. So this means is environmental or the part of the insect is very important to understand. Okay. Yeah. At least we have three kind of roots. First, we should understand about insect. The second is environmental factor and also host plant. If we don't understand about this one, we believe they cannot be sustained or sustainability is not fair, because if just we understand about insect, so the application of the biopesticide or the insect pathogen should be understand about the environmental, like sunlight, like temperature and humidity, rainfall and others. So if we're thinking about this in minutes about the environmental, the application of insect pathogen will be sustainable like this one. Okay. Next. Yes, based on the environmental condition, like how to keep the insect pathogen from the like sunlight, like rainfall. So we make the formulation. This is a technology, yes, approach to utilize and make the stability of the insect pathogen in the field. And some formulation is make like oil-based formulation or microcapsulation or granular formulation. So we can make this one. Okay, next. Yes, very easy to prepare about this one. They just make the mass production in lab, and also we can yeah, this very technical work. Okay. Okay, next. Yes, okay, this just continue about the spore harvesting. Next. This just formulation we can make based on the environmental study, and we move to the technique in the laboratory. Okay, next. Yes, this, okay. So from the environmental, like how to protect the spore, we use oil, like oil to cover the spore, and like conidia embedded in the oil drop. Okay. So this means we can protect the spore from the environmental factor. Yes, this granulation granular, this means make the formulation for the soil insect control. Next. Yes, like this last, I think 4 years, went to the some company, very famous company in India. So we went this company, so make the like granular, how to make the formulation, and after that return back to the soil and to easy to control the insect soil like this one. Okay, next. Okay, I think it's all this very technical way to control pests, especially insect pests using the fungi, because this is very related with the organic farming system and for the sustainable agriculture. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sudiarto, for interesting presentation. Let me summarize in brief. Yeah, Dr. Sudiarto talk about this is like according to his background. This is talking about the pest and disease concerns, more precisely on the sustainable of natural enemies of the insect, especially again the relationship between parasitoid and predators. I hope I'm right, because my background is in agribusiness. Maybe for those, for participants with the background apart from the pest and disease, maybe that will have more like knowledge on this one. This is like a good opportunity for sharing knowledge. Yeah. and also this is he talked about the insect pathogen, and also presented about the research collaboration results, especially again about the fungi or fungi, fungi, the same thing maybe. That's the same. Okay, thank you very much once again. Yeah, give big hand to Dr. Sudiarta. Yeah. Okay. Now, okay, we come to the presentation 3, the third one. Professor Nguyen, are you with us? Hopefully, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
I've been told that that Professor Nguyen, hopefully that I'm right to pronounce. Yeah, Professor Nguyen Mankai. Are you with us? No.
I'm here.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, that's you are here. Okay. Okay, say hello. Say hello, Prof. Nguyen. How do I call you? Prof. Nguyen or?
Nguyễn Mạnh Khải. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us through. Are you in Vietnam or somewhere?
Yeah, I'm in Vietnam.
Okay.
So let us start. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I will introduce you to the audience first. Yeah. Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for joining us for this collaboration on the international seminars. Yeah. For this presentation that Professor Nguyen Mankai, PhD, will talk about. I lost the title. I lost the title. Okay. You will have like 15 minutes for presentations. Then yeah, time is yours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pada awalnya sebenarnya awal perkara usulkan kami sudah punya database biasaan setiap tahunnya ya.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. We've seen that.
Okay.
Yeah. Please, yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm very happy to stay in Vietnam and join with conference in Udayana University. So my name is Nguyễn Mạnh Khải. I'm from the Faculty of Environmental Science in Hanoi, Hanoi University of Science, Vietnam National University in Hanoi. So due to internet connection not stable, so maybe I should shut down my camera. It's okay?
Fine. It's fine. Yeah. Please do so.
Yeah. How can I do that now? So close my camera. Okay, let us see. Maybe it's strong enough now. So I would like to talk about the reuse waste for agriculture system as a sustainable approach for the circular economy. Okay. My presentation contains the circular economic concept. The second is crop resource generated and being used in Vietnam. Waste generated from the animal husbandry in Vietnam. And also I would like to introduce something about the information about the VAC system in Vietnam and recycling in the VAC system toward green agriculture or circular economic, and something about the conclusion remark. So the circular economic concept is my content. The first modern production and consumption, which involves the sharing, listing, reusing, repairing, and refurbishing, and recycling existing material and production as long as possible. As secondly, the aim to take urban challenge and climate change, biodiversity loss, waste, and pollution by the emphasize the design based on implementation of the three basic principles of the model. The first, for the eliminating the waste and pollution. So we strive to reduce eliminating the waste and pollution from the very first step of our operation. And secondly, circulating production and material. So the third principle of the circular economy is the generating of the nature. So for the circular economic generating nature, by the moving from the take waste and linear economic to the circular economic, we support the nature process and leave more room for the nature storing. So you can see for the flow of the energy and material input, and we got product and distribution, user and disposal. So here we have a waste emission from the leakage. So you can see in the image that we try to reuse some the waste and try to remanufacturing, reversing and recycling. As long as we use for the production, we try to extend the time of the production as long as possible. So unsustainable agriculture system may damage the soil, water, environment, like the methane emission and something like for climate change. So you can see the VACB and S model. So normally we have a VAC model. Now we can incorporate it with the biogas and smart model. So you can see the 5 stakeholders in the system. We try to circular methane and flow among of them. Here you can see the smart, maybe like the social system, and we try to apply the Internet of Thinking for the controlling everything circling between of them, among them. Here the vegetable in Vietnamese name is vườn, and vegetation like the cultivation, and the chuồng like the case or animal husbandry. And here the biogas, and we have agriculture system. So a system of circular and stable when the flow, material and energy circulating in the system as so with the figure above. So it should be balanced and stable. So the people or human play very important role controlling that system. So if you balancing of the material and the energy, so the weight and the energy maybe is will be not load in the system. So an example of the biomass waste from the agriculture system. So you can use biomass for some product like the brick, like the pellet, like the wood, and landfill gas. Even if you dump to the landfill, so you can have to collect the gas from the landfill. So we can see here, you can collect some energy from many type of biomass or the waste, the agricultural residue. So also you can use a biomass for the biochar. And from the produce for biochar, you can reuse the energy from biochar, and also you have a biochar for the soil improvement, and also for the nutrient absorption. So I can show for you about the crop residue generated in Vietnam. The number take from 2019 from the EIA Vietnam. So you can see the rice show. Here you have a more than 43 million ton per year for the rice show. And the rice hut is about nearly 9 million ton per year. And total rice show and rice hut in Vietnam in 2019 about more than 52 million ton per year. It means that it can generate a lot of energy and also the biomass product for about the main. So you have the main stock and liver and coke is about 10 million tons per year, and some other kind of residual product from the agriculture system here in Vietnam. It totally it's about more than 100 million tons per year. It's a lot of energy and valuable material. So you can see the figure of how Vietnamese use for the residual of agriculture product in Vietnam. You here for the open field burning. So people say after harvesting, the residual should be sunlight for drying, and then people they burn a lot in the field. So the impact for the environment problem that maybe the very light fly ash and a lot of heat to be made for the soil. And they left in the field for the incorporation with the soil. So we found that if they leave for the incorporated directly to the landfill, maybe can rely for the dissolved organic matter to the water in the soil, maybe leaking a lot of nutrient. And they use for composting or for the animal feeding, so on. So we can see for the rice show, only 3.4% making for the composting, and they burn about 30%, and leave in the soil for incorporation about 25%. So they do another meaning. So we do not know how can they do for the other. So it means that for the recycling of rice show and many agricultural product is a very small amount. The data set from the Professor Phạm Quang Hà is in the Institute of Agriculture Environment. So here you can see some picture taking from the field, the open burning in the field. So you can see a lot of smoke and fly ash can emission, and sometimes in the city they can receive a lot of fly ash from the rice field for burning deposition to the city area. Here you can see some potential toxic element or toxic element from the PM10 and VOC, nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxide, and monocarbon oxide. So you can see a lot. You can calculate about the emission per kilogram per hectare. 23 kilogram per hectare of particle less than 10 micrometer. So actually now we are thinking how to convert the biomass to the possible using. Here you can see some small scale model for the making the biochar. People they have something to cover the rice hut hill, and then they make the slide for burning with limited oxygen supply. So you can receive some percent of the biochar. So you can see on the right hand side, that very simple technology can get a lot of biochar for the field. And also the lower figure, you can see for the receiving the energy by the gasolization of rice hut or rice show model, and people can have a retrieve about the heat energy for cooking. So we can calculating the energy from the biomass. Here we can see the figure, the moisture and the heat content of the rice straw, sugarcane, main chaff, and peanut, so on. There's a lot of energy content in the biomass. So here is another figure from the country level annual theoretical potential group harvesting reservoir for energy calculating the total number of Vietnam in 2018. So you can see a lot of the total product about 60 million ton, and then the energy can be supplied for the 20% of the consumption of Vietnamese if you have a recovery. Here another kind of product. And also the technical potential group harvesting for residual based on the existing user. So the total potential may be much higher for the technical potential. That's the problem. And some other another calculation. And also you can have a figure about the animal residual or animal weight for cattle, buffalo, pig, poultry, and the number take from the 2017 and 2018 and 2019. So it means that even the water content in the waste from animals so high, but the natural phosphate and some another nutrient from animal waste is very high. So it's valuable for the recycling. And we calculate about the treatment, how to treat the animal waste in Vietnam. Here we use for the biogas installation, composting, and nothing. Yeah, it's about the 43% for the biogas system, and for composting about the 33% for totally. And people do nothing for about the animal waste, about 4%. And also some animal waste treatment in the household in Vietnam. The promotion about the biogas is very small, and the computing is higher. And other is including integrated measures. Maybe they do many things together for the treatment. It has about 19%. And this figure about the proportion of the weight from the animal husbandry in Vietnam. Here you can have a million liter, and most of them is from big animal. Big husbandry about 200,000 million liter per year. So and also the weight from slaughtering in Vietnam, the solid phase and the liquid, and from the livestock, and from the number in 2018 we have more than 841 1,000 tons per year. So it means that if you recover this waste, you can collect a lot of energy and also the nutrient. And that is a promotion of people how to treat the waste from the animal husbandry. So about you can see the figure about 32% of the share do not do anything for the waste. It means that it can be damaged for the environment. And here you can see some waste from aquaculture in Vietnam. So most of them is can be sedimentation in the bottom of the pond, and also can be relied with the wastewater. So I would like to say something about the VAC system in Vietnam. So VAC is a abbreviation of the Vietnamese phrase like vườn, ao chuồng. Vườn means the vegetable garden system, and ao means the aquaculture pond, and chuồng means the cage, animal pen, or horticulture, aquaculture, animal and husbandry. VAC is an integrated production system comprising three components, and like the V, garden, aquaculture, and animal. And VAC movement beginning in the early 1980s in the 20th century. So at that time, we have about more than 1 million stakeholders who are doing with VAC model. So here you can see the VAC model is the upland integrated system. It's a house and the pond and some vegetation of the garden. So the house and the animal waste can supply the nutrient for the pond and also for the rice field. So people can harvest the product from the garden and the pond for the energy and nutrient food for the household. And then if this system is a balancing, so it's very safe and very concrete for the protection of environment. And also another lowland integrated system. So for the highland integrated system, the pond very important role for keep the nutrient from the highland. And for the lowland integrated system, the balancing of water flow very important. And here also very complicated system for the upscaling about the farming system of the village system and the community system. And I would like to say something about treatment of solid waste in the rural area. Maybe they apply some fungi or microbiology for the composting, and also for burning. And now we have a landfill and other treatment. So here you can solid waste in the rural area now is very very complicated problem due to the plastic waste and something like that. We do not separate from the source, so very difficult for the recycling. And for the composting, the solid waste in the rural area, so the receiving or the collect the solid waste from the soil, and they try to reduce the moisture or adding some material for improving the energy for the product for the waste, and then they can do for the incubation for the fertilizing of composting, and so we can separate for the compost and deposit the residue. And here you can see the competing group, residual in the rural area, lifestyle modern in the field. It takes about 3 months to 6 months. And here some competing crop residual in the rural area also. You can see some people, how do they do the composting? First, you mix in the small hill and then covering and keep it for the maybe 3 to 6 months. And the temperature from the first day to the 40 day, you can see for the leaf weight in the environment and controlling and the composting. And the black line like efficiency. And some parameter property in the content in the product of composting. So very good for the fertilizer. And here you can see some successfully the circular economic model of the green system in the rural area. You can use some composting for the fertilizer and a lot of vegetation production. And some aquaculture circular economic in the lowland in the South Vietnam. So I would like to come to the conclusion remark. So converting the biomass residual to the biochar as a means of the carbon sequestration or energy for the rural development. Composting the waste generated from the animal husbandry, very good for fertilizer and very good for reusing or recovery the nutrient to the field. And reusing of the wastewater from animal husbandry, it can be saved a lot for the natural fixation and phosphorate recovery. And the solid waste separation at the salt and composting to the biomass part, very useful for the composting and supply the compost for the fuel. And recycling and waste residual in the VAC or VACBS system, it should be more popular in the future for support for the circular economy. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mon Kyle from Vietnam National University, that you have shared the experience and knowledge about the VAC model. I hope that I'm right, that vegetable agriculture cage, right? Yeah, it's been started from 1980s, so that's quite long experience that Professor Man Kyle that presented that how that water can be reused in agriculture system to support sustainable agriculture. He talked not just about the firstly talk about slash and burn still happening in Vietnam, but they have the solution. The solution from the, let's say, from the crop of residues, of course, it affects the emission, gas emission. But on the other hand, there's a possibility to convert, to biochar and beyond. And also, there's also a possibility to reuse waste from slaughtering. This is like interesting to know about, know about that. And also from the animal waste. Animal waste is that there are two things that I noted that from the reuse, that this is the source of energy. It's from the biogas or maybe from the composting, right? Thank you very much. Yeah, once again, give big applause to the presenters. Okay, we have three presenters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Please keep still joining us. Yeah. We have that on the three presenters, but before that, we come to the questions and discussion. Maybe this is serious, but also a bit relaxed. Let's stand up together and stretch our body for a while, maybe for 2 minutes. For 2 minutes, so we just stretch. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. this is not serious, but also again, this is also serious. Okay. Thank you very much for attending. Now, yeah, we come to the discussion, yeah, question and discussion. Yeah, yeah. For the fourth presenter is not joining yet, yeah. Yeah, Charlie is not joining us yet, so maybe Charlie. So maybe before move on, maybe I just call Charlie first. Charlie Batin PhD, yeah, Dr. Charlie, are you with us? Yeah, from the Philippines, from Mariano Marcos State University, Philippines. Yeah, organizers maybe can help. Yeah, it's not. Okay, maybe we'll move on for the questions and discussion. Yeah, there are some questions from the online side, but maybe I give opportunity first from the offline side. Maybe there are two questions from my left-hand side and the second one from my right-hand side. Maybe from my left-hand side, please, yeah. Any questions? So please say your names and maybe institution. The offline first. Any question from my left-hand side? Not yet. So what about from my right-hand side? Any question? Or any discussion, or would you like to share any knowledge regarding to the presenters that are delivering their presentation? Okay, while waiting for that, so maybe I'll just read from the online. That's very interesting. The first from Katrina. Katrina, you got quite a lot of maybe the questions or more to know more about that. So maybe I just read. Katrina, this is from Ira Rahmani. Yeah. Katrina, how about your experience in urban bee keeping with the urban farmers? That's yeah. That's maybe that's the first one, and then the second one maybe that's together with that one. That from Dr. Parining. Yeah, asking about does each country's bees differ in taste and nutritional content? Okay, honey, yeah, the honey.
Yeah, so in terms of urban beekeeping, I don't do much of it myself because I'm usually in rural places. I think urban beekeeping is a good idea only if it's done in tandem with creating more green space in cities. So we need a lot more green space in cities. And what I think is really important is at the city planning level to have a lot more pollinator habitat in parks. And I mean like different kinds of flowers, different kinds of plants. It also makes your city a lot more beautiful. It's just an added benefit. But a lot of times in a city, you don't need to move bees in. If you just plant, if you just put flowers in the ground everywhere that you can, on rooftops, in parks, along the edges of streams, if you just work together to green the city, bees will come by themselves. And all kinds of bees will come, not just honeybees, native bees. You'll bring a diversity to your city just by planting. So that's what I recommend, is plant flowers, plant flowers, plant flowers everywhere you can. And then for the second question, sorry, I forgot.
Does each country's bees, maybe this is honeybees, differ in taste and nutritional content?
Maybe thinking about honey, right?
Honey, yeah, honey.
Yes, yeah. So it for sure, there are 3,000 different honeys around the world, and they differ in taste a lot depending on the plants that they're sourced from. So in tropical areas, honey tends to be a lot darker, a lot more pungent. And then in colder areas, it tends to be lighter in color. That's not always true. So yeah, you should just try honey from all over the world. You get a huge different variety. But the nutritional content, it can vary. Most famously, Manuka from New Zealand has has a property in it that is quite special and can treat different ailments. I'm thinking of like MRSA, antibiotic-resistant staph. So there are different properties to different honeys.
Maybe I just continue from that Dr. Parning saying that is that like because of different nutritional, let's say like different nutritional content, does it make like the price difference?
Well, as like everything in life, the price difference is part science and part marketing.
Yeah, okay.
So the Manuka honey does have this very special property that is much different than other honeys, and it's also been marketed very, very skillfully in New
Must
Zealand.
be expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if have tasted that New Zealand. Is it the one that you said that the highest content?
Yeah, Manuka.
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 That's from New Zealand.
New Zealand, yeah, very
Okay.
famous honey.
Okay. That's one thing this is interesting too. That from Dr. Harjito. This is from online. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, UTS was it stand for? Okay, Katrina. According to the results of your research, which is better, natural honey or cultivated honey? Because in the market we find a lot of fake honey in quote. Yeah, how do we identify the difference between real honey and fake honey? Thank you.
You can't identify it without testing. So some faked honey is very obvious, very easy to spot. You can spot how thin it is. It's like sugar water. But most fake honey, they're pretty sophisticated and they do a pretty good job making it. It needs to be tested. So I would recommend a few things. I would buy honey either extremely locally from your local beekeeper who you know, who you trust. And then if that's not possible, I'd buy honey from kind of maybe a reputable brand. But yeah, the fake honey is a big issue, and unfortunately, so in our company, when I aggregate honey from beekeepers, I test everything so that I know, but unfortunately not everybody does that.
That's right. Yes, you not just taste from the sweetness, right?
You can't taste or
Just
see
from-
because
yes.
there are all varieties of syrups and sugars that
Yeah,
people can
that's
use
right,
to
yeah.
fake honey. But typically, if you're buying honey from your local beekeeper, usually that's a good way to go.
Maybe hopefully also the local beekeepers that don't combine with other things, put something, some like more sugars or more concentrated syrups
that's
or
true.
other things. Yeah, that's right.
true.
Yeah,
But you
yeah.
know, the truth is that most of the honey adultery is not coming from beekeepers.
Yeah.
It's coming from the people who aggregate all the honey together.
That's right. Yeah.
So what they do is they suppress the price to beekeepers, and then they aggregate the honey, and then they add in all kinds of adulterants, and then they increase the price.
It's the price.
So then
yeah.
they increase their profit on both sides. And so I think in my work with farmers, one of my main goals is to help them jump over
yeah.
that person directly to a market.
to the customers,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So,
because it's all in the, I mean, it's all
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
supply chain.
It is, the supply chain. So mostly that local farmers get much less than compared to, if we compare the price from, let's say this is called margin, marketing margin, that the comparison price between that's the at the farm gate level and then compared to the customer prices that to be paid. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Katrina. Oh, this for Dr. Sudiarta. Yeah. The question is, has Udayana University been producing natural medicinal pest and disease commercially, or the research results has been commercially produced?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, for the control pest and disease using Panjai, especially for the disease, already might be used by the farmer like trichoderma. So Dr. Alit already produced about this one and already used by the farmer and used to control, especially for the soil-borne disease. And for the pests, not in Udayana, but in commercially already maybe available in market, like Buperia bassiana spore, like this one is already we can buy. And for the Acersonia now is ongoing research. Maybe in future we should be have the commercially spore to give the farmer. But important thing is in university is cannot make like commercially product, but we give directly for the farmer like this one. So this is difficult to make the price like this one. So just volunteer like make this just study in laboratory, and after that we give the farmer for use for the control the insect like this one. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sudiarto. Are there more questions from the online? While we're waiting, any other question from the offline sides, please? Anyone? After you stretching and then you have some more energy, maybe you have like, you are interested in something. Maybe students, maybe just like new experience for you. This is like sharing knowledge, from the background, especially like agribusiness background, and then studying or sharing knowledge about the, let's say, agricultural system as a whole, but also maybe from agricultural, let's say, agri-technological study program, also learn about, more on the. Are there any question for Prof. Mankail from Vietnam? Maybe I started first, That from that Prof. Mankail presentation, so I'm really interested in what he was saying about waste from slaughtering. My research background last time I did on livestock movement, and also talking about the AI, avian influenza last time. Again, I'm back to my question. This is from waste. Are you here with me, Prof?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm interested in the waste from slaughtering. That's it. That the one that you presented. This goes to biogas, if I'm not mistaken, and then also to composting. Are they sold commercially for this waste in terms of biogas and composting?
You mean the equipment?
The equipment, or maybe
the commercial.
The production, maybe from the biogas.
Okay,
composting.
The biogas. Some farming they produce a lot of biogas. They can supply for the neighbor.
Okay. This is like still local selling, something like
local selling, and also now they are going to make a system for the county or province collection.
Okay. In terms of the collection.
It's super, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of the collection, sorry, I just go on first. In terms of the collection, are there any cooperative systems or any collaboration system in doing that, like delivering from the supply side to achieve the customer side? Please.
They have a model. If the consumer side closer to the producing side, they can have a line to connect together. If they far away, they have some like carrier. They have a press to the maybe into the high pressure and carry out to another stakeholder.
Okay, thank you. This is very interesting because Vietnam has started since 1980s. I think like more than 40 years. 40 years like to and then also I think has been presented like from the simple technology actually to biochar and beyond. Maybe this is the production of beyond the biochar. I think like has more possibility to the commercial sides. I think. Okay. Any question from this one? Okay. Prof. Yuliadi, you have questions? No? You have any questions? Okay.
Good morning, Prof. Ani.
Morphology, okay. This is, I think, the question to Katrina. Are there any differences between bees from Indonesia and from other countries in terms of morphology?
Yeah, there are differences. So first and foremost, I'm just talking about honeybees. If we're talking about other species of bees, solitary or stingless, there is a tremendous amount of biodiversity in Indonesia we don't even know about yet, that hasn't even been properly studied. But in terms of honeybees, you have one species of Apis cerana that is only found in Indonesia. It's only found on the island of Borneo. And then you have 3 other Apis species that are here. So you have Apis dorsata, Apis cerana, and then a tremendous diversity of ecotype within that are not found other places. And so while the Indonesian situation, there are some species here that are also found elsewhere in Asia, I think it's just the particularly Borneo where you have endemic species that are not found anywhere else. So it's an amazing place to study bees.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Maybe. Okay, some more questions? Or online? Yeah. 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 I give you chance for those who want to ask any questions or discussion through online. Maybe you can share your questions or your raise hands. Maybe raise hands. Just have a look here. Yeah. Someone call me.
I'm Ketut Suada.
Okay. Yeah, Prof. Suada. Yeah. Please
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. Thank you for the chairwoman, Prof. Ani. I am Ketut Suada from Faculty of Agriculture. It's glad to join this seminar, international seminar, to commemorate 55 birthday for our faculty. Thank you very much. Because we have we got some important information about honeybee from Miss Katarina Kletz and also from Putu Sudiarto about biological control, and also Prof. Mankai about biomass cycle. That's very nice for me, and I think that is very important. My question, the first is I addressed to Miss Katrina Kletz. Yeah. As we know, bee growing is support a sustainable agriculture. But in other side, we are researcher from global also develop about biotechnology. For example, is BT plants resistant, for example, like that. So the BT will influence the insect. Also, I think this also bee sometimes later maybe. And can you tell me how to make a synergetic relation, I think, between sustainability by bee growing and also biotechnology, like I said, BT plant, for example. That is my first question. And then my second question is to Putu Sudiarto. That is very interesting. Have you how effective is your fungi to the pest? Have you any data about that? That is my second. And the third is to Professor Mankai. Professor Mankai, your system is very good, yeah. So we can make use all rest of agriculture because we combine cage and also agriculture and also aquaculture. So if you try to apply in Indonesia, what kind of constraint will you find? Something like that. Okay, thank you, Prof. Ani.
Thank you, Prof. Suada. Maybe we start from Katrina first.
Yeah, thanks. So it's a challenging question because it's not so much that the biotechnology altered plants. It's not so much that they themselves, are destructive to honeybees. what's destructive to honeybees are two things that often go hand in hand with the bioengineering, which is increased pesticide use, although not always. I mean, I know that sometimes you can reduce pesticide use by bioengineering plants, so it's a little bit hard to speak really generally, but I'll just speak in the case of corn. So a lot of times, the increased pesticide use associated with a monocrop field and the reduced options of other forage, that is what really hurts the bees, not the actual biotechnology with plants. So what you want to do if you want to offset that is you want to plant anywhere that you can for pollinator habitat. So that means edge of field, right? There's lots of space at the edge of fields that could be planted out for bees. There's lots of space in ditches along roadsides. There are lots of places in the farm that don't necessarily have to take away from the cornfield itself that could be planted out for pollinators that will draw the bees away. Bees don't even like corn pollen. It's not very nutritionally good for them. They only forage it when they have no other options. So the best thing you can do is to give them other options of where to go. And you do that in a way that doesn't disrupt the field production that you're doing. And I would say the second thing you can do is, this is really hard in a lot of places in Asia because so many farmers living close together, but if you can communicate with your neighbors so that they don't spray for pesticides at the time bees are flying. If they can spray in the morning or in the evenings when bees are not out, you can also reduce a lot of risk that way. But I really recognize the challenge when you have so many farmers living in one area. So that's a tough question. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe Dr. Sudiarto would like to add some more.
Yeah, so the question for the Katrina is related with my work because talking about the BT. It is Bacillus thuringiensis, is some kind of insect pathogen from bacteria. So the gene is transferred from the BT toxin to the corn for something like that. But very important thing is the BT toxin is only related with the like caterpillar. So I don't know if the bee take the pollen from the corn, is toxic or no. I don't know. This is a big challenge to study about the beneficial insect effect by the BT toxin from the corn or the transgenic plant. So I don't know this one, but basically is BT is come from BT Bacillus thuringiensis bacteria. The toxin gene is a transfer for the plant, and after that, this is very important to understand to impact for the bee when they take the pollen from the corn, for example, or soybean. And maybe directly for my
For next,
term for the question, what the effectively about the insect pathogen, especially for the assertion, in the field, Wirya Saputra already study about this one in the Bissell and under the grid process. So the about 70 until 80% is 70 until 80% in field, not in laboratory.
Yeah.
This means is good condition like in Kintamani in the highland area. For example, the temperature and also humidity is good. The fungi will be work well. If in Denpasar, I think cannot work because the humidity, too hot like this one, so difficult to grow. Yeah, this depend for the place. But in Kintamani is about the 70 until 80% for the yes. Okay. This is information for Prof. Suwada. Thank you very much for your question.
Okay, thank you very much for Katrina and Dr. Suwada. Now, please, Prof. Mankai. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning again. So thank you very much for the question from the Professor Ketut. So I have a chance to go to Indonesia maybe 3 times already. So I saw a lot of mountain and slope land in Indonesia. So I think it's very if you want to apply the VAC model in Indonesia, it's very good. Maybe I can suggest that for the sloping land in Indonesia. I think in the top of the hill, you can grow the fruit tree or the Pertanian tree. It means that the long time growing tree in the top of the hill, and in the middle of the hill you can grow the cultivation the short term crop like the peanut, and also you can doing some livestock activity in the middle of the hill, and in the low of food thin of the hill or lowland in the hill, you can grow something like the crop like rice and aquaculture in the bottom of the hill, and then you can use the pond for the collecting the erosion and the water from the hill and the human activity to the pond, and then you can use some pump like the solar energy, solar pumping system, and to irrigate the water back to the top of the hill and the middle of the hill. I think that that model can be very good fit for the slope land in the Indonesia. So I think maybe in the Udayana University can apply the model in the slope area in the Indonesia. Maybe we can have a scientist and my colleagues can help for that. I think it's possible.
Okay, thank you. This is like promising. Is it possible to do
Yeah.
the VAC model in Indonesia apart from those constraints? We have one more question, Prof. Yeah, two more. Two more actually. That maybe we can see from the chart. Yeah, I will read. Yeah, I had a question. Yes, this is from Francisca Aprilia Wijayanti. Yeah, to Prof. Mankail. Yeah, from your presentation, you told us that we can convert biomass residues to biochar as energy for rural development. But so how we implement this technology to farmers that identical with poverty, especially in developing countries like Indonesia, India, and others, something like that. That one, and then maybe the second one I'll read. Yeah. From this is Dr. Kusuma Dewi is asking about is one of you have ever evaluated the difference? Have you ever evaluated the difference of ecosystem services provided by the agriculture and the conventional and organic management system? Yeah, there are two questions. I hope that you can take note or understand that what just read. Prof. Kanwel, can you still hear me, Prof. Mankail?
Yes. Yeah. So for the making the biochar, the small stakeholder, small farm in Vietnam, they also apply that. I think the technical is not so difficult. So you can make the soil well, very small well, and then they put the biomass to the well. Of course, it should be dry enough, and then you cover it by some soil also, and then you burn in the biomass in the less oxygen period. I think you can make the biochar. Of course, you have to control the smoke and the emission of the gas. And now we develop a tool that can be burned in the anaerobic condition, and then we collect the gas emission and circular for the burning again to supply the heat for the system. So this is very simple to do. Okay, it could be transform the technology.
Okay, thank you. Just you talking about the simple technology, and then the next one, that if you have evaluated the difference between ecosystem services provided by agriculture and the conventional and organic management system. This is like the difference between conventional and organic management system. Yeah. Please.
You mean the biochar?
Beg your pardon?
In the biochar.
Sorry. Yeah. Are there any evaluation, something like that? Yeah, the difference between ecosystem services provided by agriculture under the conventional, yeah, and the organic management system. This is like comparing between a conventional and organic system, right?
I think for the organic system, maybe the management, like the organic from the composting is gotten also the hydrogen and oxygen in the material. But for the convert to the biochar, it stay in the soil maybe longer than the compost material. And I think for the in the future, the system of agriculture, if you reuse the biomass for the fertilizer for the soil improvement, maybe it's longer if you apply for the biochar. It's called maybe the golden black, and it keeps the system maybe better. I think so. Maybe the soil could be improved. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Actually, we're waiting for the fourth speakers. Yeah. Let me call that Dr. Charlie Batin. Are you with us? Are you joining us from the Philippines? Not yet. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Just represent. Okay, I'll ask the organizer first. Yeah, this is for time management. So, last but not least, so one or two questions directly from the students. For the students, yeah, don't be shy if you don't speak English. You can talk in Bahasa, then we translate. So, anyone? Okay, thank you. So, please say your names and then, yeah, and go on. And to whom that you refer your question to. Thank you, Pak Putra.
Okay, first, thanks to the time that given to me. Introduce myself. You can call me Gina. I would like to ask about can the honeybees experience any stress situations by human treatment, or the situation that can make they feel stressed? That because I think this even is a simple thing. I'm interested to know that what kind of situation or the human treatment that can be can make the honeybees experience the stress situation that can impact the population of the honeybees. So, thank you.
Yeah, the stress. Can you catch that? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay,
So-
thank you, Dina. Yeah, you come from agribusiness study program or agriculture?
Yes, I'm from agribusiness.
Agribusiness study program. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. So I'll just repeat. It's what are some of the situations that human activities, what are some of the human activities that put bees into sort of stress situations that could affect their population, right? The biggest thing far and away is land use, the way we manage the land. So right now, we've created a landscape with not very much diversity on it. We cut down wild areas, we build cities that don't allow for very much green space. And this is the single biggest thing we're doing that stresses the bees. So the number one thing that we need to do is to get more diversity into our agricultural systems monocrops are sort of the worst thing we can do. But the next thing that we need to do is in our parks, in our riverbeds, everywhere that we can in cities and in towns, we need to plant seeds that produce nectar, that we need to plant flowers that bees can forage. That would be, by and away, the best thing that all human beings could do to help bees. And then, of course, all the things that come with diversity help bees. So when you have a diverse agricultural system, you can use fewer pesticides. When you have diverse landscapes in city, you're sequestering carbon, and we know that climate change is really going to affect bees. So honestly, it's something that everybody can participate in. If you want to help bees and just help the ecosystem in general, get more plants into the ground, get more flowering plants into the ground. And that's what we need to do. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. One more chance from students from my left hand side. Yeah, we had a presentation from my right hand side. Now I would like to ask from my left hand side. Any questions? Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Okay, no more questions. So maybe that's what we had from this presentation. One from the bee. I think this is from your presentation that what I conclude that actually that we can eat nice fruits actually without that honeybees pollination, right? That's the one. And then what the sounds of bees? What the sound of bees? Is it like sip sip sip? Like when you
The buzz?
yeah, like bees, the bees. You see, bees. Yeah, from bees that we can eat nice fruits. Yeah, from there. And also we learn a lot about the fungi or fungi. That's animal. What's that? Enemies. Yes, natural enemies of insect. And also the last one we heard about the VAC. Yeah, this is very important. That VAC model for reuse water for agricultural system, like to support sustainable agriculture. Okay, I think we come up to the end of this presentation. So please put our hand together. So give big applause to those presentation, nice presentation. Yeah, we have shared our knowledge. Yeah, we have shared our knowledge and experience. Okay, thank you very much for this morning session. I hope you did enjoy that what I've been through. Okay, I'm giving back to Mutia. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much to Prof. Ani for guiding the presentation and discussion in the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the session's break. For the invitees and participants, we invite you to take a meal in front of the entrance. We will start the seminar again at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Igusti Agung Ayu Ambarawati, MEC, PhD. We invite Prof. Ani to the stage. To Prof. Ani, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Master of Ceremony Mutia. Okay, we are back. So I ask you, how are you this afternoon? So far, so good? Yeah. Have you had your lunch? Yeah, I hope that you are not sleepy. Yeah, we are back to this afternoon session after we had a break for a while. Now, yeah, we are interested in listening and also sharing our knowledge and discussion to this afternoon session. So, okay, let me invite. Actually, that we have five more speakers, but I don't know that. Yeah, let me call Dr. Charlie Bartin. Dr. Charlie Bartin, are you with us on the link? While waiting for that, so maybe just for the next one, please come to the stage. Yeah, Chelsea Coot. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, yeah, please. Okay. And then the next presenters, Dr. Imade Sarjana, SP, MSc. Yeah. Please come to the stage. Yeah, we have two more speakers online. I hope that they will join. Yeah, Sensei, Professor Sunsaku Hashimoto, or maybe later on. Yeah, later on, join us. Yeah, after this presentation, and then last but not least, we will have Christopher with us. Yeah, Christopher Hans, from Germany, will join us. Yeah, okay. Okay. First of all, so two are here. So how are you? Good. You enjoyed the lunch and also okay. We are not sleepy. We are not sleepy anyway. We are interested in hearing, listening, all this, sharing knowledge and discussion. Okay. We have Chelsea Coot here from Wageningen University and research is from Netherlands. You are in the same alumni, is that right? Alumni, yeah. Chelsea will talk about the subak on the brink of extinction. We'll find out and we'll hear what someone that talking about subak, from different perspectives. So the time is yours. You would like to stand up or whatever that you feel. Okay. Feel free. Thank you.
First of all, Om Swastiastu. And Kekavale. I've been practicing my Balinese for a little bit. Thank you so much that I am getting the opportunity to speak about my thesis today. Thank you, Udayana University, for inviting me, and especially a special thank you to Dr. Imade Sarjana for asking me. So I feel very privileged to be standing here, especially because I'm still in my master program, the thesis that I'm doing. I'm not finished yet, which means that I'm still in the middle of my data collection and field work. So what you're going to see now, these are insights that I have obtained by spending my time here for a couple of months. And I would like to share something about that. Okay, let me see. Where's the screen? Oh. Ooh. Do you have the presentation? Because I don't know.
Committee will help for the...
Oh.
It takes a while, I think.
Yes. Okay, so...
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my front page. I named it up until now Subak on the brink of extinction, question mark. Because this is something that I'm trying to find out. Like usually I'm here present at a University of Agriculture, but my background is in social sciences. So my master degree will be in international development, and I choose the specialization sociology of development and change. And within that, I focus on anthropology. So what I am going to explain is another perspective on the Subak system today, because it's from an anthropological point of view. And well, I see it's not really functioning, so, but I will give you a background story, because one of the reasons why it's very special for me to be here is because I am half Dutch and half Indonesian. So my ancestors, they're from Indonesia, and I'm very happy to be here and that I can somehow contribute to the Subak system and to the society here. And I have to say, it has been challenging up until now, because doing research means that you are within a certain type of frame. So if you look at the scientific frame that I am from, we usually base things on rationality. But I want to invite you to a different perspective. Because if people ask me, why did you choose the Subak? Then I have to take a pause and tell people, well, actually, I don't feel like I chose Subak because Subak chose me. Because before coming to Indonesia, I've been receiving visions about being here on the island. It is known as the Islands of the Gods. So for me, it was very challenging to come here and to surrender to what the Balinese call the spirit of Bali. Because what I've been doing up until now is not really going from a rational point of view to approach my thesis, but I let myself get guided by the spirit of Bali, because I come from a place of humility, and I feel that there's a message here that she wants me to give you, and I'm going to try my best to convey that message to you. So with that being said, the little story about this picture, I took this picture because one morning I woke up and I felt that I should go out and explore. It was 6:30 in the morning. So I jumped on my bike, and without any navigation or Google Maps, I started driving around, and I used my intuition. I thought, I'm being guided somewhere. And then when I ended up here, I saw that this is the representation of what I am researching in this moment. Because we see here a split. We see here a water purification temple. And on the other side, we see a construction site. So international development. And an assumption, because I couldn't reach the place, is probably for tourists, for tourism purposes. So with that being said, I would like to move over to the next page, please. So the introduction is, we're going to talk about three things, and it's the Subak system, the problem statement, and then an anthropological perspective, which is the international development and the evolution of Balinese cultural heritage, and then the question, Subak on the brink of extinction. Yes. Next page, please. Yes, thank you. So probably, since I'm here in Bali and you are in the University of Agriculture, I don't really have to explain what the Subak system is. But the Subak system, it's a water management and irrigation system, and it's a direct manifestation of the traditional life philosophy of Bali, which is called Berita Karana. It's the three causes of prosperity, which entails the triangle, like the relationship for humans to God, the connection from humans to other humans, and the connection from humans to nature. And what I understand by being here is that when these are in harmony, then the Balinese as a community, they live a prosperous life. And it's also now on a global scale recognized by UNESCO, so by the United Nations. And this has had a huge impact, because if you look at Bali and international development, in the last couple of decennia, tourism development is the biggest international development that Bali had to face. So then we go to the problem statement. So what I focus on is that the Balinese cultural heritage is under threat, because there's different types of social dynamics at play here. And that's why I want to emphasize that I'm here to show an anthropological perspective, because when I look at the Subak system, I see a social infrastructure. I see communities of Bali living their life, and now because of external influences, it has a certain impact. So please, yes, so I call it international development and the evolution of Balinese cultural heritage. And why evolution? Like in anthropology, a lot of times we are talking about conservation, but conservation means that you take something and you keep it as it is. But that indicates that people perceive culture as something static. But what I find out here on Bali, it's dynamic, because like for centuries or millennia, the Subak system has been present. People have been living with the cultivation of rice and with the communities for a very long time, until the international development came. So now there is new influences which are impacting their culture. So when I look at the contemporary social dynamics, I am myself located now in Ubud. And if I look at the area of Ubud and Tegalalang, there is certain social dynamics at play around the Subak system. So the first one is the international development of tourism and expatriates. So tourism usually is short stay. It's people, they come to Bali for a holiday and to enjoy their stay here for a short stay. But there's now also expatriates. And a lot of times we call them digital nomads. And what you see that happens is that from an external influence, they come externally onto Bali, and it's usually cheaper for them to work on Bali, but it creates a circular flow which doesn't include the Balinese communities. Because a lot of times what happens is that what they offer is too expensive for Balinese people, and it's only for tourists who are on a holiday. So this is a social dynamic. And what does that have to do with the Subak system? So if you look at the land privatization of Bali, when this happened, there's a lot of non-Balinese investors who are taking over the land. And what happens then with the flow of the water? Because probably, this is an assumption, but probably, as we all know, it's like the Subak system and the water, it's something sacred. And it goes from the mountains, from the lakes, it goes all the way through all the villages to the sea. And what happens if there is land privatization and especially with a lot of non-Balinese people, they have a lack of understanding about the culture. So they don't understand the deeper meaning and value of the Subak system. And by changing the function of the land, it's disrupting the water flow, which means that there is a lot of disruptions and throughout all the villages who are facing now a lack of water, and in which they cannot farm on their land as they used to do. And next to that, if we look at the next generation, I guess it's fair to say that we are the next generation. But when I talk to people from my generation, there is an interest in the subak, or there is an interest to work on the land. I mean, there's a lot of you who are here because you have an interest in agriculture. But what I notice is that there's a lot of lack of awareness around the deeper meaning of the culture. Because when I try to explain people why I'm here and what I'm doing research about, what happens is that they say like, oh yeah, trihita karana, and they can point out, for example, what it means. But when I ask about the subak system, there's this gray area of, oh yeah, it's something with irrigation and water. But the subak system is the entire backbone of Bali. And this is what we have seen throughout the pandemic. Because when the pandemic hit Bali and the borders were closed, there was not an inflow of tourism anymore. And this is where people could see that a lot of places in Bali, and especially the south, it's increasingly becoming more dependent on tourism. But during the pandemic, everyone basically had to fall back on the subak system and on the rice to also feed the families. And besides that, in this moment, I teach English in an orphanage. Oh, sorry. Can we go to the previous slide? Thank you. When we look at the children in the orphanage, like a lot of times, for example, they have a performance, and the dance that they perform is actually related to the subak system, but this is not something that they're told or understand. They're just performing a dance. So I think there's a lot around education and awareness around this topic. Okay, so, but what we can see in another social dynamic is that there are Balinese people who are taking initiatives in community-based tourism development and sustainable business. But what I can see in these ambitious people, they want to somehow preserve Bali or help Bali evolve hand in hand with the conflict, what's happening now a lot between the capitalization of the land. But again, there is a huge lack of awareness, and a lot of people, they're not interested anymore to work on the land as their ancestors did. Because if you see it like this, if you can work, for example, in the tourism sector and then earn more money, then why would you choose to work on the land? So this is like an existing issue. And then in the end, where's the government? So there is a lot of information about the government. I'm here just standing and trying to gain a better understanding about the subak, but to be honest, the more I research, the more complex it gets. And looking at the governmental role, there is a lot of people in the government who want the green economy, but the latest and most current discovery that I had by a source, like a contact person from mine, is that he said like, yeah, but Tegalalang, it already goes quite some months without water in the subak. And I said, okay, but how is that possible? Like, what is happening then? And he said, yeah, like the farmers, there's a notion that this is something that the government does to prevent the farmers from doing their job, and with the aim to capitalize the land because it brings more money. So if you look at the entire social dynamics around the subak, it's highly complex, and it's a social infrastructure. And this is what I have found up until now. So in the end, when I'm done with my research and I publish my paper, probably there's new information or better understanding about this topic. And I would really like to connect more with people who have knowledge about this, so I can, so I can write a thesis which in the end contributes to Bali and the evolution of the cultural heritage. Because, can you please see the next slide? Yes. Yeah, so to come back on the question of Subak on the brink of extinction, that's the question that I wake up with every day. Like, there's so many different social dynamics and so many different perspectives and so many different wishes and needs, and it raises more questions. It's like, what if Subak will go extinct? What if Bali becomes fully dependent on tourism? And whose responsibility is it to help the evolution of the Balinese cultural heritage? You know, what is the role of everyone in here? And what is my role? I mean, I can see myself just as a young woman who trust her intuition and came here because I feel that the spirit of Bali is calling me. So with that being said, I will continue what I'm doing now, and I hope maybe in the future someone can reach out to me and add something to my thesis. So thank you so much for listening, and yes, suksma.
Matur suksma.
Yes. Can you do the next slide, please? There's still a slide.
Next slide, maybe the last 2 slides.
Yes.
That's you.
Oh yeah, that's me. So like, terima kasih and suksma. Thank you for your attention. And I would like to say, any questions or if you like to connect, then please don't hesitate and contact me either via email or via LinkedIn. You can also find me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Terima kasih. Suksma, Chelsea. Chelsea was talking about the looking Subak at the front perspective. I should say. Now, as I said at the beginning, let's see. I mean, we are in Bali. We know a lot about Subak, right? So we talk about the Subak. It's just like an irrigation system. It's related to the water resources and the people there. Farmers are there and everything. Now, but Chelsea will look at for her master thesis. Look at from different perspective. For example, this is like I noted here. Subak is a social dynamics, right? It's not just talking about the water resources, but also this is like the sacred or religious, that sort of terms that that can be used to connect. That the relationship between is not just like again and again water resources, but there are people there, farmers there, and also related to the government. Let's say to green economy. Who's responsible? While Subak is known for the World Heritage. Let's find out that on the discussion. Thank you. For the next presentation, so I was informed that Dr. Charlie Batin is here. Are you with us, Dr. Batin? Are you joining us through the link of Webex link? I was told so. I don't know, not yet. Okay, then. Okay, let's move now to the next presenter. We have Dr. Imade Sarjana, SP MSc. This is his home base, the Faculty of Agriculture, Udayana University. He has wide experience, not just in agriculture, but also in terms of the agritourism, so whatever it's called. And also now he will talk about the strategic role of cocoa organic farming community on agrotourism development in Bali. So time is yours there.
Thank you, Prof. Anek, for the opportunity to me for presenting my research. Maybe the first, I will declare that I use my English really real, because this is maybe the first time I presented in English after I finished my MSc degree in Wageningen University, the same with Chelsea in 10 years ago. So if there is limited vocabulary in English, so I maybe later I hope you apologize me.
Yeah, don't worry, it will come up. It will come up instantly
Yeah.
when you present.
Actually, I studied about the cocoa community related with idea of our project with Prof. Ani about value chains of cocoa in Bali. So this is a side in Pelucing, maybe two sides. In one side in farmers community, and the other side in private enterprise or company. So I conduct the research with Prof. Ani, and also the other one is Putu Andriana Sastrawan. This is actually my son, because he also know about post-harvest processing. Next. In this presentation, I will provide you about research background, literature review, research method, discussion, and conclusion in the letter. The first one about the background. I think cocoa is the most important commodity, agricultural commodity in Indonesia, because Indonesia is the third place of biggest country which produce cocoa. Then in Indonesia, maybe the first place is in Central Sulawesi, in cocoa plantation, and in Bali is Jembrana Regency. So maybe I just introduce or just mention about cocoa product, cocoa bean, cocoa shell, cocoa paste, and cocoa butter, and also cocoa powder. Next, as I mentioned before, Jembrana is the widest cocoa plantation area. So it also already export the cocoa to the Germany and also Belgium. As we know, the Belgium maybe with good about cocoa chocolate production. I think he has a good branding, maybe the highest branding, but everyone who want to consume chocolate, so they won't consume chocolate from who produce in Belgium. Actually, Belgium is not have a cocoa plantation, so this fact or this information made Indonesian or Balinese have a spirit to produce or to produce their chocolate in Bali or in Indonesia. Next, beside we related with my concern or my research, because chocolate not also produced for agricultural product, it also can connected with tourism. So every country who has chocolate plantation, like in Ghana or in Trinidad and also Indonesia, maybe create agri-tourism attraction in their plantation or in their village. So I found it in Jembrana in Ekasari village, Ekasari Tourism village. This village is in Melaya sub-district, Jembrana Regency. Next. So when we discuss about agritourism, I prefer to use this definition that agritourism related with creating added value in creative and aesthetic landscape farming business unit. So for this reason, agritourism is a rural development tool and also inclination farmer prosperity. In tourism sustainable development, agritourism is one of a form or one kind of sustainable tourism implementation. The key factor of sustainable tourism implementation is 4A and community empowerment. Next. Farming community could be one of form or kind of community involvement. As we know, maybe slightly different with the Subak. Farming community is like a modern farming organization in Indonesia. So, but the ideology or the characteristic may be the same. That's the members must be closely relationship and have trust and similarity perception and also business activities. Role of farming community theoretically is learning activity, working vehicle and unit of agriculture production. But in this research, I use the rule farming community by IV 2016 about facilitated role, educational role, representational and technical role. Next. And also the research related with the network society. As we know, change of network because of social, economic, cultural, and politic aspect. It can be divided into network society can be divided into organization and individual network. So now the network increase between producer, and also we know about cooperation public-private partnership. I stressed in this context is value change about how farming community has connection with the private enterprise and also government to support their plantation and creating market of their cacao bean. Next, this is my research is actually in Jembrana Regency and also in Bali Gold Chocolate or Port Chocolate in Badung Regency. The data aggregation, interviews, site observation, and also data analysis about qualitative description. Next, this is cacao organic farming agritourism. Is in Ekasari village, Jembrana Regency. This managed by Amarta Amadi Farming Community or KTT Kelompok Tani Ternak Amarta Abadi, led by Kadek Suantara with 20 members. The the members, the KTT or the community is built in 2017 or 2018. The requirement farmers should own cacao plantation 25 acres minimum, and they have commitment to adapt their management from traditional management to business management. So, as a result, 34.4 hectares cacao plantation is owned by 20 farmers. Use has agritourism. Then beside cacao plantation, KTT Amerta Abadi already have post-harvest processing management for cacao beans. Next, this is the plantation. I think in Indonesia is tumpang sari with vanilla, or maybe diversification cacao, vanilla, or also coconut in Ekasari village. Next, this is 4A. The first one is attraction. Maybe if tourists come to this agritourism, can see cacao plantation scenery, and also cacao harvesting activities, hiking in cacao plantation areas, study on cacao plantation characteristic, because many special characteristic it can differentiate between old cacao and new cacao which is planted in Ekasari. As I know now, the cacao from Java, from Jember, is planted there because it's maybe with excellent variety. So that also tourists can have experience, stay in rural areas, sightseeing in Ekasari Tourism Village, or now also has predicate cacao Ekasari Cacao Village, and also spiritual tourism, especially for Christian people. They can see all church in Ekasari, and also about the Palasari Dam there. And the last one is camping in Palasari camping ground. Next, this is as I said before about the post-harvest processing. This called to process corn, bean, cacao in Ekasari. Next, that accessibility is quite good because now still develop or improve the quality at road, and also many transportation type of transportation can be used to reach Ekasari village. About amenities, landscape arrangement, and inclination of Sabta Pesona, about cleanliness or safety and others is still managed by the local people or tourism stakeholders in Ekasari village. Last one, ancillaries, about how management to manage the agritourism and also tourism village there. Next, as the result, KTT or Amerta Abadi farming community the first one has developed social spirit. This in internal organization, so they support the farmers has a good spirit to cultivate the cocoa plantation, and then also the member has a good spirit to produce cacao bean in good quality and manage the cacao plantation with organic farming technology, about the pesticide and also fertilizer. They create or they produce in their area with local staff to to produce fertilizer, use the in Indonesia sabut kelapa or coconut leaf or something, and then the KTT Amarta Abadi also facilitate and negotiate about how to market the cacao production, and also support and farmers to adopt the new technology for cacao plantation, has a consensus building to create agritourism spot or agritourism attraction, and also facilitate farmers to have capital or maybe to have networking, and to resource optimization, KTT Amarta Abadi change management and also create intercommunication with others business unit or other business enterprise. Next, in educational rules, the KTT Amarta Abadi also increase tourism awareness with invited speaker or invited academician or practitioners about tourism, and also providing information to tourists and also to farmers about the cacao information, empowering farmers on bargaining position, and then maybe increase the competencies of farmers about cocoa plantation and post-harvest processing. Next, representation role, cacao plantation resources management, and also advocating for farmers, and maybe KTT Amarta Abadi also act as a public relation about the cocoa production in their village, and then create networking and marketing production. Next, maybe technical about the research and presentation. Next, impact of the coconut plantation integrating to tourism in this one. Maybe next, collaboration with the stakeholder. Then KTT Amarta Abadi has two strategic role. The first one, internal organization to increase awareness about tourism to their member, and the external as a developing networking. So now local people in Ekasari village can market their can purchase their production to the some business unit in Bali, like in Ford and also in Chow chocolate, and also to the Java and abroad. That's it. Maybe that's any question we will discuss later. Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Actually, if it is in English, that Dr. Ima De Sarjana, that maybe they will, yeah, they will say, maybe they pronounce I made Sarjana. Anyway, okay, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. They're talking about again, this is about the value chain, supply chains from the cocoa production to the customers, while not just to the customers but also related to the agrotourism. Dr. Sarjana presented that 4A's for the agrotourism, actually the for tourism, that's including the attraction, accessibility, amenity, and ancillary. We will have more discussion for the next discussion time. Okay, again, so please maybe Dr. Charlie Batten, are you with us? Maybe they will, yeah, like something, internet obstacles or hindrance. Okay. Okay, we move on to the speaker 7 here. So we have Professor Sunsaku Hashimoto, PhD. Yeah, good afternoon, Sensei.
Yes. Hello.
Okay, then yeah, you wife. Yeah, okay.
Can you see? Can you see? Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can see you.
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, okay, nice to meet you too. Yeah, okay. We will have Prof. Sunsaku Hashimoto, PhD. He is the Dean of Graduate School of Tourism Sciences, University of Ryukyu. I hope that my
Ryukyu. Very friendly. Ryukyu, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sensei will present on rural accommodation experience. This is the case in Japan. So time is yours. We have like 15 minutes, yeah, Sensei? Yeah, time is yours.
Yes. So, can you tell me how to share my slide?
You
I don't
have
understand.
File there. Yeah, you have a file there.
Yes.
On the bottom, there's a share, something like that. Click on that share.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, but I couldn't.
Okay, maybe the organizer
just a moment.
help.
Just a moment. I'll try. Just.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
するまで。Okay. Probably I can do it in just a moment. Just a moment. Okay, yes. Wow.
Have you opened your file first? Open your file first. So sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
First, okay. And then you click on the share. On the button. Okay. Then you click on the share.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I did. But.
Maybe send to the the organizer.
Yes, already. I sent my file to Mother Sensei. Can you open my file? No.
Okay, the organizer can help, and then maybe Sensei just can say next. Yeah, please wait for a moment, Sensei.
Microsoft PowerPoint.
Okay. The organizer will share your PowerPoint. Maybe stop your sharing PPT, and then you just say maybe just next to your presentation. So please wait. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Hello everyone.
Can we share?
Yeah.
Next Professor Past. Okay. So see you later. So probably I have to leave once and enter again, maybe. So see you later.
Okay, no, just wait for a while.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we share? Bisa di-share? Can we share?
Verse 3. Okay.
Dari sini. Maybe we can share from here. Yeah. Okay. This. No. That's. Siapa yang bisa share? The host can share, can help. Is it in the Google Form? Yeah. Next presentation. So we just wait for the Sensei Hashimoto later on, or just let Sensei present like even that there's no PPT. Yeah, maybe we would like to offer. Yeah, we would like to offer you that for your presentation. Maybe without the slide, we just keep talking and we listen. Is that alright with you?
Are you telling me?
Yeah, we have like
yes, probably.
Yeah.
Probably I did. Now
Yeah.
I did.
Okay, that's great. Oh, that's great. Yeah,
Can you see this?
Hands, yeah.
Can this?
Okay. Finally, we need to be patient.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
okay, time is yours. Yeah.
Thank you. Just a moment. A little bit. Probably yes. Media. Okay. Everybody see this? Can you see this?
Yeah, we can see.
It's right.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
see. Clearly.
Okay. I'm sorry for waiting. I'm Hashimoto, Ryukyu University in Japan. Thank you very much for invitation, Matu Suksuma, right? I'm very honored. So today my presentation theme is rural accommodation experience, the case in Japan. So before my presentation, I will show you this. This is my precious article. Actually, 5 years ago, I visited a UA university and I was presented this very important thing. Thank you. So, the history of rural tourism in Japan. So, rural tourism in Japan has developed greatly since the early 1990s with the introduction of the concept of green tourism. However, tourism activities in rural areas existed even before that. In the research on rural tourism, there are many recent trends, but there are many unexplained parts about how the tourism form in rural villages has changed. The oldest one is thought to be a sightseeing vineyard in Katsunuma town, Yamanashi Prefecture. Um, mm, Even nearer to Tokyo, established in the 1890s, almost 130 years ago. In some areas, such as the Tama River coastal area in the early Showa period, there was a form of sightseeing experience in which fruit was mogitori. Mogitori means taking off. Before World War II, the prototype of today's Minshuku existed in the coastal areas of the Boso Peninsula, Hakuba village in Nagano Prefecture, and the Sugataira Plateau. Okay. In the 1950s and 1960s, the spread of tourism agriculture was remarkable in fruit producing areas located in the suburbs of large cities and provincial cities. It was popular for visitors to pick up the fruit themselves, especially in the Kofu Basin and Nagano Basin. Landscapes with tourist orchard lining the road appeared. In rural areas, Dama-o guest house increased remarkably. The Ministry of Agriculture in Japan, Forestry and Fisheries started the Natural Recreation Village project in 1971 as part of its agricultural structure improvement project. Since around 1980, various forms of rural tourism have emerged, such as direct sales facilities in production areas and allotment gardens. Since then, various forms, facilities, and services have been developed along with the promotion of green tourism. Today, with the support of government policies such as public tourism in rural spaces, there is a bigger movement to commercialize rural spheres. Anyway, now the Japanese government supported rural areas. So, countryside stay promotion measures by the government. So, using rural village stay type trip, where you stay in a rural area and enjoy meals and experience that make use of local resources during your stay. As a site provider, it is necessary to have a firm that can provide accommodation, meal, and experience in the area. This is an image. So regional council support rural accommodation experience, such as agricultural experience, farm stay, cultural property, local cuisine, and rice terrace. There are many rice terraces in Japan, like ours in Bali. So now, number of adapted regions in Japan, 554 areas. So Hokkaido 44, Tohoku 44, Kanto 107 areas, and my area Okinawa 11 areas. So sum of 554 areas. So number of guest rural area is gradually up. This is medium. Now 5.89 million guests are going to rural area. So number of old folk house are built with government support. So almost 1.4, almost double maybe. So I'll show you the typical old folk house in Japan. This very good experience. Condition rural stay, number of rural experience programs remarkably up, almost double. Example of program: rice harvesting experience, apple harvesting experience, kayak experience, kimono means Japanese old-fashioned clothes experience. So number of areas where foreign language support is available. Usually, we don't need any other country language like French or Italian. So we don't speak English so much. But now almost 177 areas language support is available foreign. Most of all English, I think. So this is the image of countryside stay in Japan. So I'll show you the video promotion. Video promotion. They come to Japan as an persona. Sebentar, bos. Batas. Terima kasih. Ini ada kira berapa? Jangan lanjut. Okay, what do you think? Would you like to come to Japan to enjoy rural areas? Thank you. I'm waiting for you. Firstly, Tokyo, and next countryside. Okay. So, but still there are some issues and future efforts. So, firstly, improving content quality. Few lodging facilities such as attractive old folk house you saw. So, enrichment of accommodation facilitates that users imagine as rural stay. Lack of good contents. So, development of new contents for each region. Secondly, user convenience improvement. So, countryside is very inconvenient. So, both information acquisition and reservation and poorly coordinated. Therefore, development of an environment in which users can access information and receive services without stress. Thirdly, strengthening of rural stay promotion system. Shortage of local human resource. In my opinion, this is most important issue. Strengthen and concentrate human resource on the service provider's side. Hi, Venice. I'll show you my university. This is Ryukyu University. Ryukyu here. And actually, my dream, funding a hotel school here, support me. Okay. Thank you so much. Matur suksuma. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Matur suksuma, arigatou gozaimasu.
Very good Japanese. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've been traveling to Japan, but not on the countryside, but also just like Shiba, something around that. Anyway, thank you very much. Sensei Hashimoto.
Thank you too. Yes.
I just try to sum up a bit summarize that what you presented. Sensei Hashimoto has presented about it, rural accommodation that experience from Japan, starting from the history of the rural tourism in Japan, and then come to the condition of, maybe later on you can explain the condition of rural accommodation and condition of rural stay. Maybe that's later on. Okay, thank you very much, Sensei. We move
Thank you.
Please stay tuned. We have one more. We have one more speakers. Last but not least, we have Christopher Hans here. Are you joining us, Christopher Hans? I hope that I pronounce rightly. Hans,
Yes, exactly.
he is the Ecological and Sustainable Development Corporation, Yayasan Pulau Hayati Lestari Eco Project, Wane or Wayne, Germany.
It's
right,
Eco Project One. It's in Nusa Tenggara Barat.
Okay. You speak Bahasa, right? So I thought you are in Germany, so I thought this is like morning in Germany, but you are.
It is. Saya sedang di Jerman.
Germany or in Indonesia?
I'm in Germany right now.
Okay, that's it. I'm right. So that but.
So it's still morning here, yeah.
Yeah. So you woke up already. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. Through Webex. As I said, Christopher Hans with us. He will present, with the title, The Significance of Community Development and Education for an Impactful Green Economy Through Sustainable Agriculture, You have 15 minutes to present. Okay, time is yours, Christopher.
All right, I hope everybody can see my presentation.
Okay, we already seen that.
All right, perfect. So, selamat sore, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, terima kasih banyak untuk mengundang saya. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Hensch. I'm the co-founder of the newly founded organization Yayasan Pulau Hayati Lestari in Bima, which is located in the province of Nusa Tenggara Barat. After my studies at the University of Constance in Germany and exchange year at the Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta, I started this program with my colleagues after living and analyzing the living circumstances and the causes of deforestation in Wane, which is located in the south of Bima. I'm very honored to be invited to present at this seminar here today. And As you can see on the screen, my topic today is the significance of community development and education for an impactful green economy through sustainable agriculture. Therefore, this presentation is structured as follows. First of all, I would like to give you an overview of our ISN. Then I will go on with green economy and going to highlight what I see as some legitimate critics of the green economy approach and where it does affect our project. From there, we will get to the significance of some legitimate critics of the green economy. And from there, we'll get to the significance of community development and education for an impactful green economy. And finally, I would like to highlight why agroforestry and sustainable development is a very good tool to support community development and therefore also green economy. So first, this is the region where we operate our project. So this is Wane. It's a tropical paradise. I guess everybody can relate to this who has been to Indonesia. It's just a beautiful, astonishing country. But this is also Wane. So we are facing huge problems with deforestation, with desertification, with slash and burn agriculture to cultivate corn in this region, causing floodings, causing, like in the left picture, erosion, a big waste management problem, and so on. So this is the other side of this beautiful place of Wane. We have taken on the problems and we want to find solutions together with the local community. So together, we are developing a holistic approach to implementing agriculture, reforestation, and nature conservation programs, and ecological education in the local community in the Wane region, which is in the Kabupaten Bima. So our long-term goal is to develop nature conservation, renaturation, and sustainable management of natural resources in a concept of so-called eco-communities or eco-villages, which can be transferred in modular form to other communities in tropical regions. So let's get to the green economy. First, so far we have acquired 2 hectares of land as a test plot to research on the most efficient agroforestry system for this region. And we could start a first farmers cooperation with a local farmer where we partly reforest secondary forest and partly agroforestry systems. For the monitoring, we use the platform Restore, which uses satellite data to evaluate the progress. And we could also start a collaboration with Greenbooks and a local SMP, have a very motivated partner in a neighboring district with a tree planting initiative, and we're getting supported by a German foundation called Plant Mama. So we do identify ourselves with the 5 principles of green economy approach, where the first principle is the well-being principle. That means that the green economy is people-centered, and its purpose is to create genuine shared prosperity. Therefore, we share our infrastructure with the local community, like water access and seedlings from our nursery. Further, we aim to encourage and support local smallholder farmers to establish their own social enterprises to process the products from the agroforestry systems to high-value products. And of course, we pay fair wages to the employees of our ISN. Second principle is the justice principle. And therefore, we the founders work voluntarily. All the money we receive through our campaigns goes into the projects and the environment of Wane. Then we put a lot of time and energy into finding the right partners and always questioning costs incurred in order to avoid corruption. We try to integrate as many women as possible and give them the chance to learn and thrive within our organization to support the empowerment of women. And with our approach, we work towards a long-term perspective on the economy, creating wealth and resilience that serve the interests of future citizens while acting urgently, tackling today's multidimensional poverty and justice. Then the third principle, also an extremely important principle, is the planetary boundaries principle. So an inclusive economy, a green economy, recognizes and nurtures nature's diverse values. Functional values of providing goods and services that underpin the economy, nature's culture values that underpin societies, and nature's ecological values that underpin all of life itself. So in our approach, we aim to create buffer zones bordering the still existing forests. Therefore, the first zone are secondary forests to stabilize the ecosystem and create a buffer zone between the forests and human activities. Then the second zone consists of agroforestry systems. Another important contribution to this principle is continuous monitoring of environmental impacts and strict policy on environmental behavior. The fourth principle is the efficiency and sufficiency principle, because the economy is geared to support sustainable consumption as well as sustainable production. So we focus on regenerative energy sources, always look for the most convenient but most environmental friendly solution. Like at the moment we are experimenting with a solar dehydrator to dehydrate potential products from the agroforestry systems. We do encourage the community to produce daily goods by themselves and promote local businesses, support circular economy. We hope to be able to subsidize environmentally friendly consumption in the community in the future. For example, daily goods from social businesses from the island and surrounding ones. And then the last principle, and also very, very important one, is the good governance principle. So we do promote the approach of so-called eco-villages. An eco-village is an intentional or traditional or also urban community that is consciously designed through locally owned participatory processes in all four dimensions of sustainability, so social, culture, ecology, and economy, to generate social, natural environments. Further, we place great emphasis on involving the local community in our own decision-making processes, and of course, transparency is indispensable for good governance. These were the 5 principles of the green economy approach, but there's also legitimate critics on the approach of the green economy, from which we will understand the importance of community development and education to achieve a more impactful transformation towards a green economy. So here are 3 of the biggest points of criticism. And the first one is the false promise on efficiency. So it's true that our economies are becoming more efficient, but at the present pace, it will not be enough. The rebound effect is catching up with us. The effects for the environment and the people will dwindle. So further, the green growth isn't equal with absolute reduction with environmental consumption. The never-ending growth-based model of prosperity is an illusion. It's above all not in harmony with sustainable development. In our case, for example, if we have a sustainable business generating money for the people, how do we make sure that the sustainable generated money doesn't support destructive economies, but green economies? Because we all know how hard it is to always make sure that our consumption doesn't harm others or the environment. And we are already in very privileged positions. So the answer is education. It can help people make reflected decisions on their consumption. The second main critics on green economy is that it's subject to wishful thinking, that it cannot handle the future conflicts. The critic goes that there won't be always a win-win solution, that the required transformation will impact power interests, and there will be losers as well. It criticizes in the green economy approach, these conflicts of interests are not questioned enough. and that it puts a blind eye on the problem. Further, the critics argue that governance has been key to major environmental successes. Therefore, politically motivated and enforced protection of human and natural habitats to be more effective than monetizing nature and the living spaces of people who have protected the ecosystem for millennia. So one example where we see this conflict in our project area are harmful subsidies, for example. Indonesia wants to stop deforestation, and in the same time, NTB is supposed to provide growing corn harvest, which is the main cause for deforestation and other dangers like health risks, floodings, erosions, and so on in the region. That's why community development and education plays an essential role to support impactful green economy, to apply sustainable alternatives, and make communities resilient towards destructive industries. And the third critic is the question of power. It argues that social, cultural, and technological innovation must become more closely intertwined. Technologies, and especially their social and ecological impact, must be subject to wider debate and democratic control to avoid greenwashing. Further, today we tend to believe that development equals economic growth, but that's not true. Especially people in remote areas don't profit equally from economic growth. It is the opposite, and due to our human nature, it is highly unlikely that this will change by itself. So environmental protection, renaturation, and social welfare shouldn't depend on green economy. It argues that it should be the other way around, that there should be structures where green economy depends on environmental protection and social welfare. So this shows us the significance of community development and education. So criticism, points out the complexity of the real problem. And above all, these are problems that cannot be solved by any government or organization or individuum or the economy alone. You can't tell people what to consume. You can't tell people how to cultivate corn. You can't hope that influential industries, which make today their money through destructive methods that damage the environment and social structure, that they will simply accept that the green economy will generate less money for them. And there needs to be more questioning about the actual impact of new technologies on social structures and the environment in order to avoid greenwashing. It is indispensable to understand the urgency for a real transformation of our economical structures in order to avoid a total collapse of our planet's ecosystems and thus the basis of our whole existence. And that's why community development and education plays an essential role for an impactful green economy. Fortunately, we have the right tools for that, because community development and agroforestry or sustainable agriculture in general are mutually dependent and therefore support an impactful green economy. The integration of trees into diverse farming systems have emerged as a pathway to ensuring economic growth and environmental sustainability. Agroforestry provides improved and diverse income sources to the farmers, enhances soil fertility, reduces deforestation, and helps to mitigate and adapt to the climate crisis. So this system of landscape management enables economic prosperity and environmental sustainability. In the same time, it is serving the community as it improves the quality of life due to a more stable environment in an economic and ecological way. Yeah, so this was my presentation about the significance on community development and education for an impactful green economy through sustainable agriculture. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give big applause to Christopher. For interesting presentation. Yeah. We have one more, actually, that we go back to Charlie, Dr. Charlie Batin. Yeah, waiting for you. Dr. Charlie Batin, I was informed.
Yes, hello.
Okay, oh, that's great. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm here already. Yeah, because we had some technical problems a while back, so it's not able to join. But I think my connection is already okay.
Okay, Charlie Batin, yeah. Kamusta ka?
Okay lang po.
I know some Tagalog words anyway. Okay, let me introduce first. Thank you very much for joining us. Even that you have like technical problem, but you are very patient. Until the end of the day, you still here. Okay, let me introduce you. Dr. Charlie Batin. He is the associate professor in Department of Forestry, Mariano Marcos State University in the Philippines. He will present entitled Environmental Management in Relation to Tourism and Green Economy. Again, the last two presentations we talk about green economy as well. Now we compare to the Philippines. Okay, time is yours, Dr. Batin. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to share my presentation this afternoon. So let me know if I am loud and clear. Am I loud and clear?
Yeah.
Am I loud and clear?
Yeah, you loud enough, yeah.
Yeah, because I have a problem with my connection. Okay, so I just want to share to you my.
Please share. Yeah, you can share
I just.
Your presentation.
Yeah. Can you see now my screen?
Just maybe covered with something.
Yeah.
Part of
that one.
We've seen.
Can you? See?
Yeah. Part
Okay.
of it we've seen. Yeah.
So.
Is it that the one?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to share to you our presentation related to environmental management in relation to tourism and green economy. So, this is the presentation outline. So, I'll be dealing with these topics. So, I'll be providing you the introduction, the environmental threats, the environmental management as a solution to environment threats, the impacts of environmental management to tourism and green economy, and sustaining environmental management through multi-partnerships. So when you look at the present condition now of the world, so we have a lot of environmental problems which actually resulted in environmental degradation. So we have a lot of pollution. We have the soil pollution, the water pollution, the occurrences of illegal loggers, especially in our forest ecosystem, and this is due to illegal logging activities. And there are also some problems related to La Nina and even El Nino. And eventually, those environmental degradation would really affect our farmers, especially for their agricultural crops, which will lead to lower production. So basically, when you look at the facts or data provided the World Health Organization, it is estimated that we have 12.6 million people died as a result of living in an unhealthy environment. This is published in 2021. And these deaths are actually attributed to the unhealthy environment, such as the air, water, and soil pollution, like what I have mentioned a while back. We also have the chemical exposures, of course, the threatening effect of climate change and ultraviolet radiation. So the UN actually have 17 goals to transform our world. And why UN actually provided these sustainable goals? It's because the UN would like to address problem on environmental degradation. That's why we have the sustainable goals to really address the problem related to environment, because this would affect all societies, whatever be the circumstances or conditions of these people or the environment. So when you look at my example here in my slide, I am providing you a ridge to reef scenario wherein it shows that it's not only one ecosystem or a single ecosystem that could be affected if we have anthropogenic activities that are happening in our environment. So when you look at my example here, if there are some lagging activities in the upland, then this would result to runoff or erosion. And this would definitely has had a negative impact on ecosystems. That's why sometimes in our condition, especially in agricultural crops, we really have a very low production. It's because of the lagging activities in the upland. And we really need to include or to take into consideration the significance of watershed in providing water to our agricultural crops. So sometimes we are actually addressing a lot of problem in the agricultural production and even in the agricultural ecosystem, but we are not looking into the main problem or the main culprit, and that is in the watershed. So sometimes when you plan, when you develop strategies, we need to look, why would this happen? Not only just a immediate solution, but we should always look into the long-term solution. So when you look at the picture that I had provided in my previous slide, we could see here that we have a lot of forest threats. And what are these forest threats? First, we have the loss of biodiversity because of these anthropogenic activities. We also have forest degradation, soil erosion, and for agricultural threats, like what I have mentioned, it would provide us with a decrease in terms of productivity of our yield. And of course, since there's a decrease in productivity and even in our production, it's because of the problem of nutrient depletion. Why there's a nutrient depletion? Because of occurrences of soil erosion. And now, we need to look into the whole spectrum. We should not look only into the forest ecosystem, in the agricultural ecosystem, but we need to consider the threats of this environmental degradation to humans. So if we have a problem in the upland, in the agricultural land or ecosystem, of course, we are directly affected. So if we have problem, then this would result to poverty, would also result to famine, diseases. Of course, when we have a problem also about the environment, there's a possibility, and actually, absolutely, there will be an increase in terms of the prices of basic commodities. And the negative side is sometimes this will also cause to deaths, okay, even if it's not properly addressed. So the good thing is we still have some options to consider. How to solve these threats? Of course, we all know that there is environmental management. So we could see here that if we are going to use the environmental management strategies, then we could address the problems on the forest threats, the agricultural threats, and even on the problems on humans. Okay, so why environmental management? Because in environmental management approach, we have prevention in addressing environmental problems. We could also have some research and monitoring development to further enhance the remaining technologies that we have to address the problem on agriculture, forestry, or maybe on the negative impact to humans. It also helps in resource conservation. And most importantly, we have sustainable development. Through environmental management, we'll actually attain our goal or our global goal to have a sustainable development. So basically, when you look at this slide, you could see here that environmental management would actually resulted to the enhancement on the tourism aspect. And at the same time, if we have the enhancement of tourism, then we could improve the green economy. So how does it work? Okay, so I'll be explaining to you the next slides. Okay, so if we have environmental management, then we could improve tourism. Because in tourism, we have the protection of environmental resources, we have the conservation of endangered species, the increased aesthetic view of the tourism site, the enhancement of the participation of the people, and strengthening partnership with institutions. So through environmental management approach, we can improve, we can enhance tourism. And not only tourism, we could also improve the livelihood of the community through green economy. Because in green economy, we are providing them with livelihood opportunities. So that means we already have these technologies that we could provide to them, and they're not really depending much on the resources on the forest or in other environmental resources that we have in the earth. Another one, it's also provide us with social equality and improve well-being because we already have these opportunities or livelihood that can be used by the community people. And eventually, this would also result to social equity and social justice. So these are some of the impacts of having the environmental management approach wherein it really improves the economy and at the same time, tourism. So basically, when you look at our goals, so remember that we have a lot of goals, okay? And one of this is sustainable development. However, any goals will not become successful without the multi-partnership efforts. So we could see here in the slide the significance of institutions, government institutions, private institutions, and non-government organizations, okay? They play a very great role, especially in achieving our goal for sustainable development. So for and the part of the academy, this is also very vital. It's because we have expert in this part of this aspect. So we could tap experts from the universities, okay? And at the same time, we need to consider the real actor of our goal, which is the community people. Remember that institutions will not exist. Academic institutions will also not present without the community people. The reason why we have institutions, the reason why we have the academic community, it's because we want to help the community people. And once we involve the community people, then definitely, surely we'll get our goal. So, like what I mentioned in my previous slide, our main real goal is to have a sustainable development. And why we need to have the sustainable development? In order to improve the well-being of the people, for prosperity, for peace, and for partnership, and for caring our planet or the earth. And this is now my last slide. I just want to point out that the choices we make today determine our future. Remember that our choices are very important in today's age. Remember that it's not only about ourselves, it's not only about our children, but you need to consider also the people or our children's children. Because at the end of the day, we want all to live harmoniously with the environment. So our choices should be our priority. So what would you want to do? Would you like to have this amount of money, having this well-being of the people for a short time? Or we decide based on social and sustainable development? Or we are looking into the long-term benefits that it could provide to humans. Hence, our choices make a big difference. So, salamat po. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Dr. Batin. I take your last quote here. The choices that we make today determine it for our future. That's right. Yeah. Okay. We have been listening to 5 presentations. Unfortunately, that Sensei Hashimoto just left. Yeah, maybe because of the connection. So we still have 4. Yeah. We come to the question and discussion. Maybe come from the offline first. Oh, I forgot. This morning session, so sorry, Dr. Batin. This morning session, we had like stretching because we've been sitting too long. After we had lunch, now again, yeah, I would like to ask you to stand up for a while, maybe 1 minute and stretching. Okay. stretching. So yes. So we are not sleepy. So. Okay, then that's maybe in bahasa we call mager, malas gerak. That for you, yeah, just a bit lazy to move. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. We now go back to that our discussion, question and discussion. Maybe please raise your hands if you have any question. Maybe I give chance for the offline first, if who still attend for this offline. And maybe some question from the online question. So from the offline, that who attend here, yeah. So don't worry, you can speak in bahasa. silahkan berbicara dalam bahasa Indonesia. Nanti saya mencoba untuk menerjemahkannya. Maybe you have like any experience, new experience from different country. Like say we have from the Germany, the concept, we have from the Philippines, while we also heard about the Subak perspective from different angle, I should say, maybe I would say. And then we also have the potential of the cocoa production in Bali that can be exported and adding value changes. So please, yeah. Okay, time is yours, yeah. Anyone? Not picking the names. Maybe any questions from, maybe I will ask the organizer. I just have a look first. Yeah. Okay, I have, yeah. Maybe this is one question to Chelsea, yeah. This is from Ibu Parining, yeah, Dr. Parining, asking, who do you think is the most responsible if Subak extinct? It's hard. Maybe it's simple question, maybe it's hard to answer. Time is yours.
Crickets. Who is responsible? Well, honestly, given my own positionality, like the positionality within research means that you are aware of your position as a researcher during the investigation, which means I emphasized throughout my presentation that I come from a place of humility, because I am coming from a place of curiosity. And I think in anthropology, that's a very important aspect, because who am I to judge and to impose who is responsible for what is going on in a country which is not my home country? So with that being said, I'm very careful with being opinionated about who is responsible. But I do think, you know, in my own personal belief, it's like when you truly want to make a change, and if you feel like there's something in your direct environment which has a deeper meaning, and you want to keep this alive. And I think as an outsider that the Subak system, it's one of the most developed and amazing systems when it comes to water management, irrigation, and also the social structure, just the combination of being in connection with the spirits and with the community, and again, with nature. I think this is something that the world needs. So if you look at global debates around degrowth and the capitalization, I think Bali and the Subak system could really serve as an example of how we can move forward with sustainability. But I think it only can happen if we learn to go hand in hand, so that the Balinese traditional life philosophy, that is traditions, that is also going to go hand in hand with the external influences and the evolution of the cultural heritage, because now it seems that it's mostly conflicting. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Chelsea took an extra care to answer that. Who is responsible for that? I mean, from the outsider, maybe like you take an extra care, yeah, to answer that. I think. Yeah, I hope that it fulfilled that Dr. Parining's question. That one more, yeah, we have one more. Maybe I just focus on Chelsea first. This is the question from Dr. Dharma Susila. He was saying that, you know, in the case of for the case of Bali, there are quite a lot of land shifting. I mean, land use from agricultural sectors, let's say especially for rice field, to non-agricultural land in Bali. Of course, this is like will threaten the the existence of subak system. So what do you think about this phenomenon, like land shifting, yeah, because of the like tourism, and then that's moving from the still the agricultural sectors, especially in the rice field, and then move to the non-agricultural sector. Yeah, this is what's happening. Like what is happening like this time. There are quite a lot of, because of this tourism development, there are quite a lot of land shifting. I mean, the use land, especially from the rice field, from agricultural sector to non-agricultural sector. So maybe this is in relation to the subak existence. Yeah.
Well, obviously, if you look at Bali and the subak system and all the rice fields, it's part of the cultural heritage and recognized by UNESCO because it's also aesthetically so beautiful. But I think the change of the land itself doesn't necessarily have to be problematic, but it has to be managed in a way that it's sustainable. And I think when you have a sustainable approach that includes the visions of the Balinese locals, and what I have seen throughout my stay here for these few months is a lot of times when, due to land privatization, the change of the land, the function of the land changes. But when there is non-Balinese investors investing in this land, what a lot of time happens is that they don't adapt to the Balinese culture. So they bring in their own cultural values and don't take into consideration the Balinese locals. So a lot of times what you see is that there's, for example, a restaurant that I go to and it has a foreign owner, and then the people who work there are Balinese, but the first 6 months they are an intern and they don't get paid. Yet they are there working 6 days a week, maybe 12 hours a day. You know, and then if they pass these 6 months, then they have a minimum wage. And when the closing time is, for example, 9 in the evening, then they also only get paid until 9 in the evening. So and after this 9 in the evening, they still have to close. So they're also working over hours without getting paid. See, and I think this is an issue. So if you talk about changing the function of the land, I don't think that's necessarily an issue as long as the work conditions are good for everyone. But what you see, I would call it like neo-colonization. It's non-Balinese people coming in, investing, and then actually getting more profit out of the communities, while the communities, it's a form of over-exploitation. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You talk about from your perspective, maybe to one thing, maybe to a large extent, maybe they are worrying. With some people worrying about that land shifting, because from moving from agricultural sectors to non-agricultural sectors functioning. But also the Bali government, Bali admission, not just stay quiet. Yeah, we have like the regulation policy for the government. From the government to have like what we call sustained rice field in different regency, and they are free tax. Actually, not free tax. Actually the government pay subsidy for the tax. Like that. It seems like the free tax anyway. Okay, thank you, Chelsea. Okay, we now move to, there is question about the green economy, the green economy. Okay, this is from the Dr. Kusuma Devi. Yeah, the topic presented in this seminar were very interesting and remind the world concern on greening the economy through agriculture. Yeah, it has been mentioned on the FAO. Yeah, priorities since 2011. Okay. I'm not sure this is the to whom this question referred to, but I try to connect. Yeah, as we know that the agricultural sectors involve and is influenced by a variety of factors. Of course, it is including the social, ecological, economic, and government that must be considered in strengthening the economic of the region. Yeah. Based on the contribution of each sector that has been reviewed in the presentation, can be designed to build. Okay, maybe I should say this is the short question: how to build like the green economy for Bali? Yeah, look at the contribution. Yeah, like what pathway can be designed to build a green economy in Bali collaboratively with the agricultural sectors. Maybe I will ask that first the Christopher, and then maybe next, maybe if you have any opinion, Dr. Batin. Yeah. Christopher, you've been to Bali, then maybe you have like the figures. Yeah. We don't talk about the country yet, but this is Bali, maybe tiny island. Yeah, please, Christopher, yeah, if you have any opinion or views or point of views on that. Yeah.
Could you rephrase the question once again?
Oh, and yeah, yes. Yeah. How that can Bali develop a green economy that by relating to the agricultural sectors, working collaboratively like one to another.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's very interesting as Bali already has like very sustainable ways of doing agriculture, right? Through its history and culture. Therefore, I think what's very important is that agriculture itself is getting a higher value, is getting more appreciated in society. Again, so that also younger generations are motivated to participate in agriculture, as there's also like a big problem in Indonesia that the older generations of farmers becoming less and less, and that it's almost a social degradation to do a job as a farmer. So society has to value healthy, high quality food again. I would say the structures are there, sustainable ways of doing agriculture, especially on Bali, are there. So I think there must be a way of more appreciation through society, which also can be presented by higher prices, and also, especially on Bali, tourists that have to be willing to pay higher prices for high quality food to support this development. So this can become a green economy in Bali.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I think this is what you're talking about for the last one, like willingness to pay from the customer to pay higher price for those acting in agriculture sectors to maintain or to move to the green economy. Okay, thank you very much, Chris. And then maybe any option, what's the opinion from Dr. Batin about the green economy, that how Bali can move to the green economy collaboratively, from agricultural sectors to others?
Well, in my point of view, we really need to consider all the aspects for the building of green economy. Why? Because it is also important to have a roadmap or a framework wherein all the important institutions, including the community people, and those sectors in the society should be involved. Because once we want to have a goal to have a green economy, you need to consider a lot of things. That's why you need to properly plan to involve all the people. It's not just a single sector in the economy or in the society. Because having a green economy involves a lot of hands. It's not only about those who have the money, it's not only about the technologies, it's not only about the community people, but we need also to consider the policies. Once we already have a good policies created, then we would surely achieve our goal to have a green economy. So it's not just an easy matter. It takes a lot of time. And at the same time, it would take a lot of hands for us to be able to have the green economy. So meaning no one is left behind. So everything must be part of the green economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Batin. Yeah, you're talking about the involvement, just not a single sector. If you have money, it's not enough. You have any
Yes.
technology, it's not enough. And you have the policy, it's not enough. So this is like the involvement of the many sectors to work together so no one left behind. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Any question? Okay. Please say your names and then maybe your study program.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak for today seminar. I want to ask about how to make.
You mention your name first.
Oh yes, of course. Sorry, my name is Dimas Erlangga. I'm from agroecotechnology.
Study program.
Yeah, study. Okay, study program. Okay, thank you. I want to ask about the green economy. Not actually about green economy, but how to make young people aware of the importance of a green economy in the future. Profession that support about green economy, because we know that young people tend to look for jobs related to the tourism, IT, information technology, or tourism like a hotel, etc., which tends to contribute to polluting the environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dimas, for that interesting question. Yeah, come back. Maybe I give the the chance to Dr. Batin to say any opinion of your opinions. This is like to how to make aware, like especially maybe for young generation, right? For the green economy. Yeah.
Always remember that you need to have the proper choice. And don't worry if there are a lot of people who engage to other programs and even for other work or jobs. You are the chosen one because you have that choice because you are feeding the nation. So meaning you are actually playing a very important role in the society, and that is to feed the people, to balance the ecosystem, and at the same time to earn money. So be happy, just do your best because later on, maybe people would look up unto you because you are setting a good example to them. And once they can see you as a good example or an epitome of being of an environmentalist or agriculturist, then people would be attracted to go into green jobs or improving the green economy. So just be proud of yourself because you are a good player in the economy.
Okay, thank you. I
Thank
hope
you.
you get it. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Next, maybe once again, Christopher, if you have any opinions that how to make that like young generation to make aware of the green economy, especially when if you look at the price of that green economy like still high, like the cost per unit to produce the green economy like still high. Maybe the young generation is not interested on that. Okay, thank you. That's time is yours.
I think we have to look on the scientific data in a more radical way and communicate this in a more direct way through the institutions that educate children, but also students, the government, but yeah, also the media. Like, I think, because I have to admit, I'm having a very pessimistic view on the future, which helps me to act and to question what needs to be done. And then we see that it is necessary to act right now. Like, we don't have any other choice than to transform our economy to a green economy. So I think what helps could be a pessimistic view on the future, so we prepare for the worst instead of hope for the best. I think this can be quite hard, especially for young people, to participate then, because they might have the feeling of resignation, that their contribution doesn't count, but it actually does. Like, every small step helps to make a chance, to make a change. But I think we just have to face reality. So we have to listen to the science, we have to listen, and we have to spread the awareness about the dangers of climate change, for example, and the dangers of social injustice and inequality through participating in the status quo economy, so that from that on we have a motivation to transform our own consumer behavior, but also our own participation through our jobs, for example, towards a green economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. I believe there are still some more questions, but we are limited by time. So we come to the end of the day of the presentation. So before I close, I would like to thank you for those speakers from Chelsea Code, sorry, Chelsea Code. This is the right pronunciation, okay. And then to Dr. Made Sarjana, and then the Professor Sunsaku Hashimoto, they just left, and then Christopher Hens, and then last but not least, Dr. Batin, for providing or giving us like experience and knowledge, all those kind of stuff that maybe it's not just stop here, but thinking not just for us as a researcher, from the education, from different field of study, maybe, but just also for the students maybe who are interested in doing those. Have a look at again for our seminar today, which is entitled Sustainable Agriculture and Environmental Management to Support Tourism and Green Economy. Please, a big applause. Give big applause to those speakers. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Jadi from morning session until this afternoon. Thank you very much for your participation. I may apologize if that's any inconvenience may happen while I'm moderating this session. Thank you very much once again, and then I'm back to the matter of ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ani, for guiding the presentation and discussion in second session. Ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at the end of the seminar. We would like to invite the speakers who is present in this room to receive a certificate of appreciation. To Chelsea Kut and Dr. Imade Sarjana MSc, we invite you to come forward. We would like to ask the Vice Dean for Central General Affairs and Finance of Faculty of Agriculture, Prof. Ani, to deliver certificates to the speakers symbolically taught the speakers present in this room. Okay, the certificates give to Chelsea Good first. Give a big applause. And the second for Bapak Sarjana. Give applause. Okay, this is a photo session for the speakers. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much for the speakers. And now we arrive at the end of this seminar. Thank you very much for your participation. We will see you again in the next year. Finally, we say Paramasanti, Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom sejahtera. Shalom. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe for the MC, there will be like, one word to say thank you for all those participants on behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture. Yeah. Can I have a minute to say thank you to the participants?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for all the participants and can be joined to this seminar. Thank you.
Okay. Om Swastiastu, ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good afternoon everyone. On behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, I would like to say thank you for your participation from morning until this afternoon session, for the international seminar, entitled Sustainable Agriculture and Environmental Management to Support Tourism and Green Economy. Today, the 22nd of September, 2022. Okay, we would like once again thank you very much for your attention. We don't just stop here, as I said before, but we will continue. Not just in terms of research collaboration, but also in terms of education, in terms of other activities related on the field, and also on education. Thank you very much. Okay, selamat sore. Terima kasih.